Good morning, Paul. Paul must feel he's alone. He jumped in a minute before anybody else has jumped in. Hey, Johnny Mac. Coffin Baugh? Ah, yes. If it's a morning, there must be ambient. I have to admit the impression that you all have made on my mother. When I last saw her, she just got into a conversation. She goes, you guys in the Twitch chat room. She just starts talking about all of you. She feels like she knows you. And no, she's not joining in. She's just admiring you from afar. Oh.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you on this Thursday, where another week of football officially kicks off, and we're at the eve of the Fall Classic. How the heck are you? Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Hope your week is going well. You're over the hump. Maybe even you could see the finish line from here. How many of you, today's your Friday? It's our Thursday on Miller and Moulton. Another good show lined up for you. Top of the morning to you, Mark. How are you?
Good morning, David. Doing well. Kind of a lackluster night. There was no games on. I mean, there was some NBA on, but man, it just seemed like it was a night off from sports.
Wait a minute. You mean to tell me you were not all in on Liberty and Kennesaw State?
David, I will admit that I checked the score a couple of times on my app, but no, I did not watch a second of Liberty and Kennesaw. Undefeated Liberty heading into the game against winless Kennesaw heading into the game.
Correct. And a 25.5-point underdog, Kennesaw State at home with the upset. So much for. And you know what? Your timing was tremendous because for a couple years now, you have had a slogan, give me Liberty and lay the points. And you stayed away last night as if you had an inkling.
They have been lucky most of this year. I mean, I've actually followed Liberty, and for being undefeated, they should have had at least 3 losses already and have been able to escape the jaws of death, it seems, so many times to come out victorious. Last night, that was not the case. And I can't believe for the life of me, as long as we've been doing this, we just opened the show talking about Liberty and Kennesaw State.
Well, you said there was nothing on. And what are you talking about? It was a football game. It was nationally televised. How dare you, sir? But I think you belabored the point that we made earlier in the week, which is we understand why the World Series is not starting until tomorrow, but that there was a gaping hole this week, and how many of us sports fans would have loved a little game 1, game 2 of the World Series in the middle of this week. Would have loved it. We were ready. We had digested all our football. We had, talked about possible trades, seen trades, seen who got hurt. And then let's have a distraction for a couple of days. How about we call it the World Series?
But I mean, we had the frozen frenzy one night, and we had all the NBA teams playing last night. And I mean, I don't know about you, David, but I finished the show. So you're at home, so you don't get in your car after the show. I get in the car and immediately and have sports talk radio on, and I was listening to them break down Boston and the Knicks as if it was game 7 of the Eastern Conference Finals as opposed to game 1 of the regular season. And I threw up a little bit in my mouth. I'm going to be honest with you. I when you have a team not playing everybody and one team's healthy, one team's not. This is,
yeah. Mm-hmm. And the national media, very predictable, and lazy, predictable and lazy. And that is a bad combination. And so the minute there's NBA games that count in the standings, let's just talk about that. Seriously? We just spent a couple weeks going, I don't think we're ready for the NBA yet. Could I have a little more time, please? I mean, how about Thanksgiving? You happen to love the Christmas opener idea, which we know would never happen, but just like, hey, come on now. We're not ready yet. And besides, I want more of our season to dominate the headlines. Let's start it later if we can, actually. This football takes up a lot of oxygen in the room. I don't necessarily want to compete with it or for it. But yes, 10 games last night, Mark, in the NBA. So you've had all but 6 teams, I think, who have made their season debut 2 days into the season.
I had to laugh because I'm checking scores throughout the night last night. I did not watch. Wife and I just sat and talked, and every once in a while I'd grab the phone and just check scores. And
right.
So I noticed that Trent's Pistons are hanging with Indiana.
Doing more than that.
And they let the lead get away from them in the fourth quarter.
Well, it's another season, Mark.
I got you.
Right.
They're down 2. And then they're down 4. And I had to go look at the plays because they foul down 4 to send Indiana to the line. And Indiana goes up 6. And the game ends with Indiana up 6. The line was 5.5.
Yep. The Pistons getting 5.5, who began the fourth quarter with an 8-point lead. and you're thinking the only thing that's going to keep you from a cover is overtime.
Correct.
Or a couple of misses in the final minute and a couple of fouls.
So I found that to be amusing. I wanted to get into Bucs Sixers, but the Sixers aren't playing anybody, and they got their doors blown off, so it wasn't really worth watching.
Listen, I love the fact the league is investigating.
What are they investigating? The Sixers have come out and said that they're not going to play Embiid a regular. He's not. Basically, they're going with what Kawhi did in Toronto. He's not going to play back-to-back nights. He's not. He's already said he doesn't care about any individual accolades.
Yeah, because he's won them. He's gotten his contract, and he's won an MVP. There's nothing for him to play the regular season for. That's a fact. That's a fact. There is nothing individually for him to play the regular season for. So this just in, he's hardly going to do it.
And we're going to hear storylines all year. I don't know if Philadelphia can have team chemistry with him taking that many nights off. They can. It'll be fine. They can develop team chemistry over 60 games instead of 80. It can be done. Maxey will be a little bothered that he's got to play so many games.
Yeah, but
and
you know
nobody
what?
else does.
It'll be good for him. He'll get the stats. He might make an all-NBA team, which will make him more money. So you know what? Short term, he'll be like, yeah, Paul George, okay, Embiid, you guys want to sit out? You know what? I'm your guy for at least 1 year. Then after that, I might want to play a little less too.
So that's one of the national storylines that'll be out there today. We won't spend a whole lot of time on it, but that's what they'll talk about in depth is Joel Embiid. Can there be team chemistry with Joel Embiid playing a limited schedule during the regular season? Okay.
Whew. Okay. Wake me in mid-April. Wake me in mid-April.
Have we just gotten smarter as fans, David, that the regular seasons don't entertain us the way they once did? Or is it the load management that causes us to not like the regular seasons? Because I used to be riveted by every game of an NBA season. I did. When I was in college, it was must-watch TV. We watched every night.
Yeah, well, and not to sound like old get off my lawn guy, but Mark, they played every night. And by they, I mean the key guys on your team. They
and
did.
On the other teams. And on every team.
Yeah, they played.
Go look at Jordan's numbers of games played.
Michael Jordan, final year in the NBA, he turned 40. He played every game. If anybody deserved a night off, it would have been him.
And that's why you and I largely have protected LeBron. LeBron, up until the last couple of years, is a guy who played the majority of the games.
Yeah. LeBron has led the league in minutes many times. But I do think you asked, have we gotten smarter? I don't know if we've gotten smarter, but A, we have access to more information. And B, I think we're just paying attention, Mark. I mean, listen, we're stupid. And when I say we, I don't just mean the media. I mean us fans. I mean, we're stupid. Okay? And we're lapdogs. But if you are openly going to show and tell us that you don't care about something, eventually you can't get disgusted with us when we go, well, then I guess we shouldn't care all that much back. And that's what the NBA and its players is saying about the regular season. So you can't get disgusted if some of us fans, and for you NBA hoop heads out there, we get it. You're still all in. Okay? There's nothing yet that they can do that would bother you. You're probably younger than the two hosts of this show. You know, we've been where you were or are. But you also don't know a league that's a whole lot different than this. We do. Not just in terms of style of play, but who plays and for how long they play. You know, that's the other thing. even guys that are going to play a decent number of games. They're going to monitor their minutes. Well, it was a generation ago that monitoring their minutes was, you ready to go back in? Yeah? Okay, get back in. You had your
monitoring their
rest.
minutes were, oh my gosh, you've been on the bench so long, I've got to get you back in the game.
Right. You've sat 3 minutes. You're ready to go back in, right? So the other thing is that the only other comparison that I have, Mark, in big time sports right now, and help me out if this is going on in soccer or somewhere else, but the only other limit on playing time that we're seeing is starting pitching. The number of pitches and the length of time that they will leave you in games. And many of us who are frustrated with the NBA for load management, aren't we also frustrated with Major League Baseball and the babying of starting pitchers? I mean, I'm sorry. There's no evidence that what you're doing is making for less injuries. There's none. In fact, there's evidence to the contrary that what you're doing right now is leading to more injuries. Now, whether it's the number of pitches that are leading to it or not, the fact of the matter is what you're doing right now is not working. So forgive us if we question what it is you're doing right now. Miller and Moulton, hell of a show lined up for you. We'll tell you about it next.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Jason and Todd at the Diamond District believe in celebrating love with craftsmanship that stands the test of time. That's why they're excited to bring you America's top bridal designer, Takori. From October 25th through the 27th, discover the entire Takori collection, where handcrafted artistry meets bespoke designs. Each piece is thoughtfully created with meaningful details, representing the moments that mean the most. At the Diamond District, you'll explore timeless designs that capture the essence of elegance. Each Takori ring is as unique as your love story. Pair your Takori ring with one of our stunning GIA-certified diamonds and take advantage of 2 years interest-free financing. Join the Diamond District Friday, October 25th through the 27th for this exclusive event. Takori, where every detail is crafted to be unforgettable. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to their Diamond District family.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I did actually. I turned on the car and I had the afternoon show was on. I listened for 30 seconds, David, and I had to laugh that Craig says, tomorrow on the show, we'll check on the phones. Doesn't mean they'll be working. We'll just check and see if they are working.
That's funny.
It's a good line.
Maybe only to Miller and Moulton, but that's funny.
That's a good line. I don't care. I think I got the best of right there.
Oh. Just text Trent. So, how much money did you lose on the Pistons? Plus 5.5 last night. He just texts back a lot.
I was going to text him towards the end of the game. I didn't have the heart.
And then he said, well, a lot for me. Well, you know Trent, he had the Pistons on the money line.
Against Indiana. What are you thinking?
I
got to tell you, all these futures bets I made are just looking terrible now.
Like?
Tampa Bay to win the division.
Okay. You to win Sunday.
What's Nebraska's record?
5-2, I think.
All right, we need 3 more wins out of the Cornhuskers.
Yeah, they got to get to 8, right?
We got to get to 8 for Tampa. Got to get to 8 for Iowa. My Spartans beating Iowa did not help.
No, as a matter of fact, it didn't. So 8 will get you a win, though? So they can afford one more loss, right?
Yeah.
Whew.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Thanks so much for being with us. It's a Thursday edition of Miller and Moulton, so that means we talk Bucs with Roy Cummings, we talk Jags with JP Shadrick, and a little more than 2 hours from now, we will take all your fantasy football questions as the doctor makes his weekly house call, Dr. Roto, here on Miller and Moulton. Don't send in your questions now. It'll get lost in the text 21,000, chat room. It'll get lost in the Twitch chat room. Just hold that thought. Write it down for yourself if you need to so you don't forget. And then about 2 hours from now, submit it. We line them up and we ask your questions. of Dr. Roto. And if you've submitted a question, there's high probability we will ask it. I mean, I would say 90% of the questions that get submitted on the text line at 21,000 and in the Twitch chat room get asked. All right. The only thing we ask is, don't give us 5 choices and have him name 2. It still has to be decent sounding radio. If it's just too many names, it's not a good question. Simple. This quarterback or this quarterback. Hey, these 3 receivers, which 2 would you play? That's all. That's all we ask. That's our big demand of the show today from Miller and Moulton.
And JP Shadrick to talk the Jags as well on the show. So a little Bucs, a little Jags, a little fantasy football lined up for you on a Thursday. We've got football tonight, the NFL back at it.
Hey, I'm going to make the case that I'm backing up the truck on the Vikings. I know I don't get a chance to. I'm not allowed to use a Thursday selection as one of my choices. But, I mean, Vikings -3. Does anybody think they're not going to win tonight? I'm serious. Does anybody think they're going to go to Los Angeles and lose? That's number one. Now, obviously they can. It's the NFL. Everybody can beat everybody. Hell, even Carolina's won a game. New England's won a game. Somehow the Giants have won 2. But, I mean, if you're still alive in your elimination pool, are you contemplating Minnesota even?
Interesting. I don't like to do road teams, but I'm out of my elimination pool, so what do I know? David, to back you up a little bit, the Vikings are 7-1-2 against the spread over their past 10 regular season road games. They're 2-0 this season when playing on the road against the spread. And Matthew Stafford is 1-7 against the spread as an underdog on Thursdays. How about that for some numbers to back you back in the truck up?
That's a hell of a number right there. Not just 1-7 as an underdog against the spread, 1-7 as underdog against the spread, comma, on Thursdays, ... Wow. But seriously, I just feel like, the Vikings are winning tonight. Well, hell, the spread's only 3. They don't have to win by much. I don't know. Am I out of line here? I just think that, the Vikes are going to show up. They're going to win by 10-14. They're going to beat the Rams. They're better than the Rams. They bring more weaponry to the table than the Rams.
They're healthier than the Rams.
Right. Or is this when the NFL jumps up and goes, this is why we're the greatest league in the world? Okay, you're an idiot. All right, Rams are going to win tonight. Just because it's the NFL, this sort of thing happens. We're midway through the season, short week on the road, coming off a playoff-like game against the Lions. Vikes aren't going to show up tonight. But I don't know. My feeling is Minnesota, it's a business trip. They show up, they take care of business. Flores is going to blitz them out of Stafford. He can handle it, but I don't know that the line can. And I just think that, I'm now to the point where I'm convinced Sam Darnold is going to be at least decent. That he's not going to cost me a game. That's what the first 2 months of this season have done for me, Mark, about Sam Darnold. I'm now to the point in which I don't think he's going to throw away a game. Don't know if he can win one, but I don't think he's going to lose one for me.
And I think that's fair. A couple other little tidbits for you, David. You know the Rams have 6 points in the first quarter this season?
For the season?
For the season.
Huh. That seems to be starting slow.
That does. The only team to start slower is the Eagles, who are yet to score in the first quarter this year.
Wow. Really? That's tough to do.
It is.
Especially since they've got some weaponry. Hell, you might get a turnover in a short field. That's interesting. So I don't know. I'm just thinking that, I don't have a lot of shekels left in the account because it's been a hell of a year thus far. But I'm thinking, I don't know. I might want to line up and back up some shekels tonight on the Vikings. No?
I'm there with you. The only thing, there are two things that concern me. One, it's Thursday night on the road for the Vikings.
Right.
And two, the hangover from the Lions game. But I think the Vikings are so well coached that they will not have the effects of the Lions loss in their head at all for this game. That if they do, it's to say, hey, we've got to keep pace, and this is where you do it. This is a win on the schedule. Let's get this over with and get back home and take advantage of a mini bye after a Thursday game.
So now I know many of you who were going to bet the Vikings and or are Vikings fans are like, oh no, Moulton's high on the Vikings tonight. Oh, blank. And I get it. I do. And I'm sorry to have put the hex in. I'm like the reverse sportscasters jinx, right? I get texts from people like during games that, I'm fortunate enough to be a part of, whether it be the Big Ten game on Saturday or the Monday Night Football game, that people who listen to the show, they text and they go, you do know that Joe just put the sportscaster's jinx on this guy, right? Okay. All right. Yep. He's all encompassing, all powerful. Yes. Gotcha. But I'm just curious. How many of you think the Vikings lose tonight? I mean, if we ask that question as a poll question, are the Vikings going to win or lose tonight? Don't you think it'd be 80+% win?
I would hope so.
And
Because the Rams aren't a very good team.
And for a 3-point favorite, to have so many people that are like, well, they're going to win. I mean, that's what you would expect of a 7, 8, 9+ point favorite. So I don't know, Mark. My gut tonight is to load up on the Vikings.
Well, let me just ask a question based on yesterday's show and some of the news that's been out there. Did your gut stay away from a quarter pounder with cheese? Because that's the only thing that could throw this off right now.
You know what? I have not had fast food so far this week.
I don't even have a sounder for that. Should be a 5-car alarm going off for that thing right now.
Well, that's why I'm a little emotionally fragile doing this show. I mean, I've had way too much healthy food. And by healthy food, I just mean it hasn't come in a brown paper bag. I'm used to my food being wrapped.
Twice in a bag and then in each individual item being wrapped as well.
Right. Yes. And I then use the wrapper as the placemat. And I haven't had a placemat all week. I don't know what to do.
Miller and Moulton classing up the joint for you on a Thursday. Roy Cummings, Dr. Roto, JP Shadrick, all on the show. The starting five is next.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Is snoring bothering your spouse? Would you like to sleep in the same bed again? Do you know that snoring can affect your sleep cycle and cause lower testosterone levels? At Sleep Treatment Direct, we have easy solutions. We have a simple laser procedure that can improve snoring in 10 minutes. If you would like to get back in the same bed or are looking for a natural way to treat low testosterone, give us a call at 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Or go to sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound. The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
With what weapons, though, DC?
Yeah, Feeney, I can't go there. I mean, I don't know. First off, if you want a chicken sandwich, you don't go to McDonald's. You don't. There are things they do well that they don't do well. You know.
And by do well, he means clog your arteries.
Right. You know, reach a certain level on the taste meter that you're, okay, this was worth it. Now, when they had their chicken snack wraps and when they bring them back, I'm all in.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com. Miller_Moulton on X. Broadcasting live from the Floormeisters studio. Floormeisters, just keeping it real. See what I did there?
I did.
Once again, sources close to Floormeisters telling Miller and Moulton that the correct slogan is just keeping it real.
I feel badly too, because I've kept that in for about a week. You've had a lot going on, and I'm like, at some point I got to bring this up because we've got to get to the bottom of this.
Yep. And once again, sources close to Adam Schefter reporting. Time now for
The Starting Five. 5 big stories you need to know. Here is the Starting Five.
We start with the association. 10 games last night. Magic traveled to Miami to face the Heat. They dedicated the court after Pat Riley. I didn't realize they did that in the NBA. Doesn't that seem and feel like a college thing?
It does.
I mean, don't get me wrong. If there's a franchise that's going to dedicate their court after a former coach and current general manager, Pat Riley in the Heat, I mean, he transformed that franchise. But that was the highlight of the night in Miami for the Heat, because Orlando whooped them. I got to admit, you don't want to draw too many conclusions from one game in October. But, man, you look at one roster and you look at the other, and the one roster's got a bunch of guys in their mid-20s. And the other roster doesn't. Orlando led by as much as 25 and won easily, 116-97. Paolo Banchero with 33 for the Magic. The Magic, maybe the worst three-point shooting team in the league last year. Their percentage wasn't good, but they were so bad they didn't even attempt many. In fact, I believe, Mark, they didn't attempt more than 22 threes in any game last year.
Hell, Boston missed that many too many nights ago. Or 2 nights ago, I should say.
The Magic attempted more threes last night, I believe, through the first 3 quarters than any game all of last year. So Orlando knows where its deficiencies lie. They need to score more. They need to hit more threes. Their best players are interior or driving to the basket, and they need to open that up. Milwaukee got 30 from Dame, 25 from Giannis. Had no problems with the undermanned Sixers. No Embiid, no Paul George. 124-109. Milwaukee a winner in Philly. The Cavs shot 59%. That's pretty good. Even the Celtics went, man, you guys are hot. Cleveland beat Toronto, and Toronto by 30, 136-106. I mean, Cleveland, Orlando, two teams that aren't going to get talked about a lot. Those are 50-plus win teams.
So, by the way, just quickly, because you said you had 6 that you thought could win the East. Orlando would make a 7th team that's good. I'm not saying you think they can win the East. I mean, that makes Miami at best a play-in team.
I said it yesterday. You asked me for the 6, and I had Cleveland and Orlando, Boston, Philly, New York, Milwaukee.
You had Indiana. You didn't have Orlando.
No, I added Indiana because the Indiana game made it 7. If I didn't have Orlando, that was a mistake by me because I believe Orlando's clearly a 50-plus win team. I think the East is loaded.
I agree that the East is loaded, but that just means that the Heat, at best, are a play-in team.
Yes. I think the Heat will be hard-pressed to have home court in the play-in. I think they'll be hard-pressed to be a top 8 seed. I mean, half the games they play, the teams they're going to play have more talent than them. That's just a fact. The Heat are not an upper echelon team anymore. They have a great coach. They know how to win in the postseason. They got to get to the postseason. And Jimmy's got to be healthy come mid-April. That's no guarantee. Charlotte was down 18 in Houston, rallied to beat the Rockets, 110-105. Pacers were down 8 going to the fourth quarter in Detroit, rallied to beat the Pistons and cover, 115-109. Trae Young with 30. And Atlanta be one of those good teams in the East. Remember, it was only 3 seasons ago they went to the conference final. Hawks 120-116 over Brooklyn. No Zion, no problem for the Pelicans. Brandon Ingram with 33. New Orleans 123-111 over Chicago. Memphis, in a good one in Utah, beat the Jazz 126-124. Ja Morant is back, 22 points, 10 assists. Zach Edey, welcome to the association. He started, could only play 15 minutes before fouling out. 5 points, 5 rebounds, 6 fouls in 15 minutes. Ja Morant went on the record last week as saying he's going to be a monster. I don't know. There are some of us who just think, I don't know how he's going to stay on the floor. He's big and he's slow. The NBA is all about quickness right now. Who's he going to guard? But we'll see. Phoenix in overtime beat the Clippers 116-113 in the debut of the Intuit Dome. That's the Clippers' new arena. KD with 25, Harden with 29 in the loss. And Mark, the Warriors have played a game. So Draymond's already got a technical.
Some things stay the same.
Unbelievable. I think 16 is the number. Once you get to 16, you're suspended for a game. Draymond trying to get there by Christmas at this pace. Golden State beat Portland. When you lose at home in the season opener by 35, is that a bad sign?
That seems to be a troubling sign.
Wow. 139-104, Golden State over the Blazers. One game in the NHL, Washington jumped out to a 4-0 lead and then threw in a couple empty netters, and Ovechkin got one of them. You know, they made sure to put him on the ice when they were up 5-3 with a little over a minute to go. And sure enough, he got career goal number 855. 40 more, and he passes Gretzky for number 1 on the all-time list. Washington hands Philly their 6th straight loss. 5 of them in regulation and 1 in overtime. 6-3 Caps. College football. Kennesaw State with the upset. winless on the season. Without question, one of the 10 worst FBS teams in the country. At home. Shocking. Previously undefeated Liberty. 25.5-point favorites were the Flames. 27-24 Owls with the win. They stormed the field at Kennesaw. The only problem was there was still time left on the clock. They had to get everybody off the field. And Jacksonville State took care of Middle Tennessee State, and they covered 42-20. Couple of college football games tonight. Georgia Southern, Old Dominion, 7 o'clock on the Deuce. And then an intriguing ACC game. Thank you very much. Two teams combined are 11-1. Syracuse at Pitt, 7:30 on the Four-Letter Network. Is it okay if I watch some of that? Like, I'm not a degenerate if I actually...
Syracuse and Pitt? No,
Yeah.
That's a pretty good game.
Okay. I mean, Pitt is undefeated. Pitt can play in the ACC title game, right?
Correct.
Okay. I mean, I got Miami, Clemson, SMU, and Pitt, who are all undefeated in conference. I mean, if you're still very much alive to play in the conference title game, then, you know, it's not an awful thing if we tune in and watch your game.
Pitt has Syracuse tonight. They still have SMU and Clemson on the schedule before the end of the season.
Thursday night football tonight, Amazon 8:15. Vikings coming off their first loss at the Rams, who beat the Raiders last week. Vikings a 3-point road favorite. Bryce Young is going to start for Carolina because Andy Dalton and his family were in a car accident earlier this week. Everyone's, quote, okay, unquote, but apparently they were, banged around a little bit. And Carolina's just playing it safe with Dalton, and they're going to keep him out of the game. Interesting trade the Seahawks made yesterday. You might remember this guy, Ernest Jones, good young linebacker for the Rams. The Rams couldn't come to an agreement with Jones contractually 2 months ago. So on the eve of the season, the Rams sent Jones to the Titans. Well, the Titans couldn't come to a contractual agreement with him either, and Tennessee's 1 and whatever for the season, so Tennessee's tearing it down. They traded D-Hop yesterday, and they traded Jones to the Seahawks. And Seattle has publicly said, we want to sign this guy. We want him to be part of our future. He's a free agent at the end of the year. They gave up a starting linebacker, Jerome Baker, and a 4th-round pick to get their hands on Ernest Jones. Remember, that's your first place Seahawks in the West. So you weren't seeing things if you saw the video yesterday, but that was former Jets head coach Robert Saleh on the sidelines at the Packers practice. Saleh and LaFleur are best friends, like best man in each other's wedding best friends. And so LaFleur just said, hey, humor me. Come to practice for a couple days. Tell me what you see. Okay. Apparently he's already got a flight to leave town on Friday, but he's going to spend a couple days observing practice, handing his notes over to his buddy. And then
maybe Salah's a really good practice coach.
Well, I mean, he's going to be a DC next year. I mean, we all know that. He's highly thought of as a defensive coach. I mean, I got to admit, if I'm the defensive coordinator in Green Bay, I'd be a little worried.
I would be too.
And we just had how many sacks last week? 7, 8, something like that, of Stroud and Houston. But I don't know. It's not good when they're bringing in other coaches to just observe practice. Take a look at my unit.
What's LaFleur think? He's Alabama?
And John Mara, the owner of the Giants, was at an event yesterday and was asked about his coach and general manager. And he said, we are fully committed to them. They're not going anywhere this season. And I don't anticipate they're going anywhere in the offseason. So the GM and the coach of the Giants just got the proverbial vote of confidence from the owner of the Giants. Do with it what you will. And as we approach 7 minutes before the hour, that was the starting five. 5 big stories you need to know here on Miller and Moulton.
You buy Mara's comments? Do you think it's
Yeah,
true?
I do for this reason. He's the one that's created the mess. And deep down, I think he knows it. He's the one that fired McAdoo after 2 years. He's the one that insisted on them hiring and then firing Judge after 2 years. He's the one that made them sign Daniel Jones. All right. I think deep down, John Mara knows he's really screwed things up. And so I think he's going to give Joe Shane and Brian Daboll a chance to actually make it right, to overcome his mistakes, if you will. Miller and Moulton. Roy Cummings to talk Bucs in a little more than an hour. Thanks for being with us. We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times, but Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever, are steadily adding affiliates, yet we only have a few sponsors. And if that doesn't change, we can't continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or contact Mark on X at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now.
At Physical Therapy and Balance Centers, our goal is to help you love your life. When your life is sidelined by an injury, dizziness, surgery, or condition keeping you from doing what you love, we're here to help you heal and feel your best. Our therapist evaluation will determine the root cause of your health challenges, resulting in a unique treatment plan customized just for you. Visit www.physical.com to find your nearest location and see how we can help you love your life.
The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination, with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
It is a quiet chat room today. Nothing wrong with that. I just don't think there's anything new to discuss today yet. We don't have a breaking news story of the day. You know, the Denver sports fans have basically, they're all talked out. There's only so many things they can talk about that are legitimate.
What does that stop them before?
Well, I mean, I honestly, I don't think there's anything new for them to discuss amongst themselves. Key game for the Buffaloes Saturday. And we'll see how long the Broncos can keep on keeping on. No, I don't buy that the Vikings are going after Stafford at all. No, they just spent a high first-round pick on a quarterback. I think the interesting scenario is, what if the Vikings decide they want to keep Darnold? I mean, which nobody is considering.
That he's their Geno, their Baker.
Yeah. And that they're like, well, why would we get rid of this guy? I mean, Darnold is younger than Joe Burrow. Even though he was drafted 2 years earlier. You got something here? Because I do.
Go.
You want to do something crazy like a poll question?
Sure.
Just ask people who they think is going to win the World Series.
Should we wait till tomorrow for that, with game one being tomorrow? Or should we
or just leave it open-ended, but I'll throw it out there. You do what you want. You're in charge of the poll questions.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
An hour away from Roy Cummings, Dr. Roto, in about an hour and a half to answer all your fantasy football questions. JP Shadrick, finally back from across the pond. He spent 2.5 weeks there, called some football games for Westwood One. His Jags got a win. We'll talk with JP in a couple hours about the Jags and football life going forward. 21,000 is the text line. You can take us in on Twitch, twitch.tv/Miller and Moulton. I got a little beard look going on. It's gonna be gone sometime today. It's driving me crazy. It's just laziness. I'm not just one of those. I just haven't, shaved it, and now it's itching and it's got to go. But, I got a very gray thing going right now.
I have this skin problem, a rare skin disease that I've been diagnosed with. And it's all over my neck, David. So now shaving has become it takes me as long to shave as it takes you to shave.
Oh.
Because it hurts.
That's a bummer.
And so I have trying to give up the razor just because of pain. But I'm with you, because you get to a certain point, you get the itch factor there, and you got to get rid of it.
Well, and I'm fearful because I'm right-handed and just had the surgery on my right arm, so I have to shave left-handed.
Are you
Now,
going back to electric?
no, because I let it grow. You can't, I believe, to me, it hurts if you have
Yes.
more than like 3 days growth with an electric
Yes.
shaver.
It's just
So,
pulling hairs out. It's not really
yeah,
cutting them. It's just
exactly.
ripping them from your face.
So I got to do I got to shave, but I got to shave with my left hand, and I'm worried that I'm gonna cut my carotid and bleed to death because I'm really not good with my left hand.
Can you bring the wife in as a relief shaver?
No, I don't
On the
trust her.
bullpen.
No, I mean I trust her with my life, but I don't trust her to shave. No,
I trust her with my life, but not a razor near my neck.
no, she could kill me easily. No, I don't. No, I'll take my chances. So
Maybe you need to find a barber shop and go old school.
I know. I would love that. Are there any of them anymore?
There's one in Fort Myers where you can get a straight razor shave that I know of. I'm sure there's more.
Wow.
But there's got to be someplace in Jacksonville, the thriving metropolis of Jacksonville, Florida. There's got to be a barbershop where you can get a good shave.
Hey, listen, it might be worth a 5-hour drive just to get a straight edge shave. Might have to call, book an appointment. Mentioned it earlier in the starting five that the Clippers debuted their new home.
Balmer Dome.
The what?
The Balmer Dome.
Right. Intuit paid $500 million, by the way, to put their name on it. Now it's $500 million over 23 years, but it literally is a 23-year, $500 million namings rights deal. Now, they're going to get the Olympics played in there in a couple years. I mean, they may get their money back, so to speak, but it's tough to count on the Clippers playing deep into the playoffs to get your money back that way because, well, that's not something the Clippers do. So you tell me, are arenas an area in which you think that they're not technologically up to par? Like when you go to a sporting event, do most places that you go to, you think, oh man, the Wi-Fi is not good, and I don't know, the seats aren't wide enough, and now I know why it is I stay home and watch.
You would be a better person to answer this question than me because you're at far more arenas on a regular basis than I am.
Well, Ballmer and the Intuit Dome, which he built himself, by the way, $2 billion.
The Balmer Dome.
Yeah. And he just said, put it on my tab. I got it. First off, it's got 3 times the number of toilets as most every other arena its size. Don't know if that's of note to anybody, but basically, Mark, the teacher-student ratio, you try to get around 15, 16 to 1. You want it under 20 to 1. Yeah, Ballmer's got a toilet to attendance ratio. Basically, he's got a toilet for every 15 people in attendance.
It's a lot of toities.
It is. It's nearly 1,200 toities, as you like to say. So, just one of the unique things. Here, to me, is the most unique thing about it. This is when you've got a little bit of power and money and influence. So, I don't know how many of you have been to the area in Inglewood. That's where the Intuit Dome now is. It's right near SoFi. And it's in the middle of a neighborhood. And the roads leading in and around it are not super wide. Traffic is a problem to go in and out of a Rams-Chargers game, and likely is going to be a problem going in and out of a Clippers game. Yeah. So Ballmer met with the city and said, hey, how about if we coordinate like the traffic lights? What would I have to do to do that? And they said, well, we probably need to get a central command center. All right. And then we'd have to, all the traffic signals in and around it and make sure that, so that traffic flows. We've all been in areas in which we go, man, it'd be nice if they'd coordinate these lights. Yeah. He built a central command center for the city to coordinate the traffic in and around the arena.
Impressive.
Yeah.
It really is.
I found that. By the way, every concession stand is the same. So it's like going to a fast food restaurant. There's no menu that's different. It's no like you go here and you can get your roast beef sandwich and you go over here and you get your tacos. No, every concession stand's the same. The thought process being, hey, we got to move this sucker along. Everybody's got to know what they can get when they get there. Limited menu, by the way. No, come on. This ain't complicated. It's a game. All right. Food's in the hand here. There are no utensils needed. Come on now. Let's move this sucker along. James Dolan owns the old LA Forum, which was nearby. And, well, Dolan was going to sue because he said that this arena was going to hurt business and what have you. And so Ballmer just said, James, how much would it take you to shut up? How much for the arena? And Dolan said, oh, well, I don't know, 400 million. Ballmer said, fine. Here's 400 million. Shut up. So now Ballmer owns that arena nearby too. All right.
What's the point of having FU money if you can't?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. They have a 360-degree scoreboard, just like inside SoFi. Don't know how many of you have been to SoFi or seen it on television. It's pretty impressive, a football stadium to have a 360-degree scoreboard. Man, that's a pretty big oval, if you know what I mean. And each section of the scoreboard can be different. Like if you're ever there 90 minutes before kickoff of a Rams or Chargers game, they have all the NFL games up on the scoreboard. They each have their own section. And obviously, if you're sitting on one side of the stands, you can see all 9 games. And if you're sitting on the other side of the stands, you can see all 9 games. Well, Ballmer did that too. And apparently a bunch of interactive stats. Apparently there's no scoreboard like it in an arena. The seats, yeah, they're heated.
Which makes a lot of sense in LA.
Right. Exactly. It's an indoor arena, but the seats are heated. All right. There are massage settings on all the seats. Also, every seat has its own USB port to charge whatever you're bringing. Phone, iPad, you name it. Heated seats. I mean, I don't think my car has this.
I'm pretty sure it doesn't, David.
Right. So, also, you can control on your seat, apparently, your own trivia to entertain yourself during timeouts.
Obviously, incredibly interactive.
Right. So this is considered like, taking arenas to the next step.
All for the mere price of $2 billion.
Right. Now, he did foot the whole bill. He didn't ask anybody else for a dime. This is all his doing. This is like the Giants when they built their baseball stadium. They didn't ask the city for $1. They make all the money off it, but they shelled out all the money. So just curious whether or not, Mark, like you, there are a lot of people that don't go to games. or haven't been to many in a while. Does this interest you?
Yes. If it were so, I mean, I'm not flying to LA to go to a Clippers game, but if this were in Orlando or in Miami, I would maybe be more apt to go to a game. But David, you have to have that to me if you're the NBA. If you play a league with load management when you don't know who's going to play, you damn well better have the best arena you can give them, because you don't know what you're getting from a night-to-night basis going into the arena to watch.
So there you have it. Ballmer trying to have the most state-of-the-art arena, not a stadium, arena that apparently has ever been built in North America. Okay. We'll see.
Now let's see if they can win.
Right. And we'll see if, this people, actually talk about this and go, wow, it's cool. Kawhi didn't play. Clippers lost by 20. I didn't care. I had a good time. Miller and Moulton, thanks for listening. The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination, with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar. Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floormeisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floormeisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
At Physical Therapy and Balance Centers, our goal is to help you love your life. When your life is sidelined by an injury, dizziness, surgery, or condition keeping you from doing what you love, we're here to help you heal and feel your best. Our therapist evaluation will determine the root cause of your health challenges, resulting in a unique treatment plan customized just for you. Visit www.physical.com to find your nearest location and see how we can help you love your life.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Irish football, where's he doing it? Is he doing it for one of his Denver teams? Is he doing it for a soccer club? Mr. Traffic, hello.
Yeah, JP, a couple people have even texted. JP's your go. Ask him where to get a straight razor in Jacksonville. He'll know. How about Cashman blaming the Astros for why the cheating?
Well, he took exception to the question. Said, you've got 15 years. He said, well, yeah, because they cheated.
And you didn't?
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Roy Cummings will join us at the top of the hour. We'll talk Tampa Bay Bucs. A little over an hour from now, Dr. Roto makes his weekly house call, answers all your fantasy football questions, gives you a couple tips who you may want to think about playing this week. So get your questions ready for the doc in about an hour. JP Shadrick, a little over 90 minutes from now, we'll begin our Diamond District bonus hour talking Jags and all things football with JP.
You like to play Pretender or Contender. It's one of your favorite little fun games. Are the Dolphins and Jags even good enough to be considered pretenders?
No. I mean, don't you at least have to get to within a game of 500? Like, don't you at least have to be where the Bengals are at 3-4 before we can lump you into the pretender-contender game? I mean, if they win this week, the Dolphins, they get to 3-4. Do we consider them a pretender going to Buffalo? Yeah, okay. I'll make them pretenders going to Buffalo if they can beat Arizona at home this week.
I say that because we're still early in the season, but it's beginning to sort itself out, particularly in the AFC. And we've talked about how few teams are above 500. But I have trouble calling the Colts a contender. I would think the Colts are a pretender, but they're a playoff team right now.
Yes, they are. I mean, the Broncos are a contender. Remember, we're just talking playoffs. We're not talking championship. We're just talking playoffs. Well, there's only 7 teams above 500 in the AFC. If you're one of them, you have to be a contender. Chargers are what, 500? And Bengals are a game below. I mean, Pat made the statement on Tuesday in which he said, hey, I can only put the check mark next to 2 teams in the NFC that I feel confident about are going to make the playoffs. He goes, I can do that with 5 in the AFC. Like, Pat has no problem right now putting the check mark next to Buffalo, Baltimore, Pittsburgh, Houston, and Kansas City. Now, are you confident putting that check mark next to Pittsburgh?
No, I'm not. I'm not one bit. Now, I love what Russ showed in the second half. He looked pretty good. They got some breaks with those throws. There was a bobbled catch going off a guy's head and shoulder pads and being caught by Pickens. But if Russ can continue to improve from half to half, then they are perhaps a contender. Right now, I would call them a pretender, even though they're 5-2.
Okay. Now, meanwhile, in the NFC, Pat said there's only 2 teams I feel confident right now calling a playoff team. He goes, everybody else, no matter their record, I can see them missing the playoffs. And those 2 teams are Detroit and Minnesota. Everyone else, he goes, nope, not there yet. Now, don't know how many more it'll take. If Green Bay goes into Jacksonville and wins, is that enough that you're like, they can get the horse in the barn from here? I mean, the winner of the Chicago-Washington game, is that enough for you to go, yeah, I'll put the winner in the playoffs?
Not if it's Chicago. And it's not a knock on the Bears. I just think playing the divisional schedule that they have to play doesn't set it up. Now, Washington wins that game
to get to 6-2.
Then it's tough for me to see them missing the playoffs.
Especially since I think the following week, don't they have New England?
Following week, they've got the Giants.
Okay. Sorry.
Equally as bad.
Yeah. Not going to disagree.
But like the Colts this week, they play the Texans. They're a 5.5-point dog. 5-point dog. Vegas isn't even taking the Colts seriously.
And we could see why. Anthony Richardson. I think we'd take him a lot more seriously. Put it this way. The Colts come out and announce Joe Flacco's the quarterback for the rest of the year. My $20, they're going to make the playoffs?
Yes. Anthony Richardson is what will keep that team from making the postseason. He's not ready. I don't know if he ever will be ready. But he's certainly not ready now. He's inaccurate. He can run incredibly well. He can throw a deep ball incredibly well. Everything else is, at best, pedestrian after that.
But we're getting close. I agree with you. We're getting close. This is the last weekend of football in October. Usually, you and I are comfortable drawing the pretender-contender line Thanksgiving week. We may be able to play pretender-contender at the end of this month, to be honest. We might be able to play it even the first weekend of November. Certainly, it feels like by the second weekend in November, we'll be able to play pretender-contender, which teams are already doing because we're 12 days away from the trade deadline. Trade deadline's election day, Tuesday the 5th. So you can get through that first weekend of November and then trade off or acquire people depending on whether you consider yourself a contender or a pretender. Can I change subjects on you?
Absolutely.
We haven't done a poll question in about a week. Not sure why. I think it's just laziness from the two of us. I mean, we accuse others of being lazy. We can be lazy. We just haven't felt the inspiration. Can we do a poll question? And is there a way to leave it up for more than 24 hours?
Yes, there is, Dave. How long would you like to? What is the poll question, and how long would you like to leave it up for?
Well, I'd like to leave it up for about 36 hours, Mark. And I don't know if you were being flippant and sarcastic there, but that's how I took it. All right, I would like to leave the poll question up until first pitch, which is about 37 hours from now. Who's going to win the World Series? Yankees or Dodgers? Because I have no feel for who's going to win it. I'm very excited to see it play out. But I have no feel as to who's going to win it. For as much as we think the Yankees have the starting pitching edge, they haven't even named their Game 2 starter yet.
And
that's all.
All right. Well, I'll get it up. That's easy to do.
I mean, my gut, for some reason, I have this team in my head that I think at the end of the day, they're a little deeper and they're going to win. But I can't back it up with anything of substance. I really can't. It's more a gut feeling than anything else. But I think the Dodgers have more ways to win this series than the Yankees. But I'll be very surprised if it goes less than 6.
Miller and Moulton. Miller_Moulton on X. That Mark Miller. The David Moulton on X. Poll question is up. It'll get reposted by the two of us here during the break. Who is going to win the World Series? Yankees or Dodgers? It's that simple. It's our poll question on Miller and Moulton. Roy Cummings to join us in 30 minutes time.
We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times, but Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever, are steadily adding affiliates, yet we only have a few sponsors. And if that doesn't change, we can't continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or contact Mark on X at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and 1 replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Well, and remember, rooting for someone and picking someone is different. I never met Fernando, saw him pitch in person, but
I listened to the song Fernando by ABBA yesterday.
Mark, one of the things I forgot when we were talking Fernando was you had mentioned his great start. And what was it? The first 6 or 8 games, all but one of them were complete games and all wins. And one of those, like his 6th start, was a 1-0 win over the Mets at Shea. And you got to remember this 1981. All right. You want to get the word out about somebody.
Right.
You got to go through New York. And so all of a sudden there's this, 19, 20-year-old, Mexican lefty who's, having an amazing start to his career. And then he shows up in New York City. And the media is like, okay, what do we have here?
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Roy Cummings to talk Tampa Bay Bucs. Big one for the Bucs. Hosting Atlanta this Sunday. I know it's October, but tough to see the Bucs making the playoffs if they don't win Sunday.
Well, certainly the division's on the line Sunday.
Well, but also we're afraid that right now, yes, it's early, but right now, don't you have to count on 10 to assure your spot in the playoff in the NFC? Not in the AFC, but right now. I mean, if you're 4-2 right now, you can miss the playoffs if we take the snapshot in time today, right?
Yes, I got you.
So don't you, you can't be 100% confident right now that if you go 9-8 in the NFC, you're making the playoffs.
I don't believe that you can. But even if they were to lose this game,
4-4,
they got to find a way to get 6.
Right. Their next 2 games are Kansas City and San Francisco, both on the road, right?
No, San Francisco's at home.
Oh, okay.
And as banged up as they are, it's hard to call that anything but a toss-up right now.
I agree with that, but obviously not easy.
No, but then after the bye, they have the Giants on the road. That should be a win.
Better be.
At the Panthers, should be a win.
At 7.
Home for the Raiders, should be a win.
Okay, we're at 8.
At the Chargers, at the Cowboys, back-to-back. Got to figure out a way to get 1.
But you'll be underdogs in both games as it stands right now, although you'll have Evans back for that, for sure.
Home for the Panthers.
Boy, got to win it.
And home for the Saints. So there is a path to get to 10, even if they lose this week. But the bigger point to me is that the division is largely unattainable if you lose to the Falcons again.
Because you'll be a game behind Atlanta. They will have swept you, so they'll own the tiebreaker. And Atlanta, oh, by the way, would be 4-0 in the division if they win Sunday, having already beaten the other three teams in the division once. So, yes, you're playing for a wild card. And that's tough when you're entering November and it looks like you're playing for a wild card.
And you're going to be coming from behind from the standpoint, if they lose this week, tough to see them getting the Chiefs. They're 4-4. They're going to be chasing a lot of teams in the NFC that they're going to have to climb over to get to that wild card spot.
So you see them, they can get to 10. They've got two little 2-game stretches. Chiefs, Niners, and then they got the Chargers, and who's the other one?
Cowboys.
And in theory, they could go 1-3 in those 4 games. They need to split one of those 2-game stretches. They can get swept in the other based on all the other games they have. Giants, Carolina twice, home against the Saints.
Home against the Raiders.
Right. That you're like, listen, there are wins on the schedule. But obviously, you got to get them all. And we already think at the time they played them, it doesn't look as bad now. But at the time they played Denver, that looked like, oh my goodness, how could you let that one get away? Well, Denver looks decent now. They weren't at the time that they played them. So Roy Cummings in about 20 minutes to talk about the Bucs wounded hosting Atlanta in a key NFC South game on Sunday.
Can we go back to your poll question for a moment in the World Series?
Mm-hmm.
Because I find this to be difficult to analyze simply because so much is reliant upon the bullpens. You can sit there and do a position-by-position breakdown. You can go through I think the bats are relatively equal, although I think the Dodgers have a little bit more power at the plate. Defensively, I think the Dodgers are a better team. They run bases, but they run the bases better than the Yankees do. And the Yankees have been defensively a little bit of a mess, that they're giving teams 4 outs. I don't think you can do that against the Dodgers. All that being said, why to me this is so hard to judge, David, is that we're largely going to be relying upon whose bullpen's better than the other bullpen to win this World Series. And that's the great unknown.
And we've already seen in this year's playoffs where what were regular season conclusions that we were very confident about have meant absolutely nothing in October. The Phillies had 2 all-star relievers, and the Mets pounded the Phillies bullpen. The Phillies are still shaking their heads going, how the hell did our bullpen pitch like that? Our bullpen had an ERA of like 20. What the heck? Okay. How about the Cleveland closer? Think about the postseason he had. Even when they got out of the Detroit series, he gave up the 3-run homer to lose game 2. He'd given up what? 1 homer all year? And then, my goodness, he threw batting practice against the Yankees. He was supposed to be the best pitcher in the series for both teams. And by the end of that series, you were questioning how it is the Guardians manager put him in that spot. So, Mark, I'm with you. Both the Dodgers and Yankees got through their LCSs with relievers who they didn't want pitching a pressure inning in August in a game. Never mind pitching an 8th or 9th or 10th inning in October. And these guys were getting big outs for them so they could advance.
What is great about this series and what excites me about this series, David, is that no matter how you slice it, Judge, Stanton, Soto, Betts, Ohtani are going to be coming to the plate in big situations. There's no denying that we're going to get the star players up in opportunities where feast or famine will be there, and they'll have the opportunity to be heroes in these series, and that's what I look forward to. That's what's got me fired up, is that there's no way you can deny that there's going to be big moments for the big players, and we'll see who can step up.
I mean, just think of the first inning Friday night. I mean, if you only watch 45 minutes to an hour of this World Series, how about if you for those of us who still get excited by the pregame intro, and they line up and they tip their hat and what have you. But, I mean, think about the first inning in Los Angeles. I mean, the Yankees are going to send, what, Torres, Soto, and Judge? Boom, boom, boom. Okay. With maybe Jazz hitting fourth and Stanton hitting fifth. And then think about what the Dodgers are going to come back with in the bottom of the first. And let's hope he's healthy enough to play, but it could be Ohtani, Betts, and Freeman. I mean, that's just the first inning of this series.
And we're going to get that 4 times every game. But I like the Dodgers in the series for what it's worth, because I don't trust the Yankees defense. I don't trust their base running. They make too many mistakes, and I think the Dodgers are a more sound baseball club.
Well, even people that cover the Yankees, and they don't jokingly say this, they just say this as a matter of fact. They say they're the worst base running team in the league. I mean, it just, nobody runs themselves out of innings quite like the Yankees.
And defensively, David, you cannot be giving the Dodgers 4 outs in an inning. You just can't. Lineup's too damn good.
See, here's the thing. Like, there are a few people in our Twitch chat room who keep pointing out that, Judge's postseason numbers are not good. Yeah, I know. What if he's due? I mean, think about it. Is Aaron Judge going to have a bad month? Yeah, he's been held in check to a large degree. No doubt about it. Although, came up with a few hits against the Guardians. Had a couple of long balls. I also think it helps the Yankees starting in LA. The Dodgers, these Dodgers have more guys who have played in the World Series. The Yankees, believe it or not, don't. I think it helps them to start on the road. Get in the flow, so to speak. Don't you want to see each team homer in the first inning on Friday night? Because, I mean, think about who it is that likely is going to hit the homer. It's going to be a star in all likelihood. I mean, isn't that like an NFL game when both teams score a touchdown on their first possession and it's mid-first quarter and it's 7-7 and you're turning, looking at the people around you in the room going, oh, this is going to be fun.
And while that is a dream, David, with home runs on each side, I am more apt to just see the bats work from the get-go and put pressure on these teams. I guess I'm a little old school here. Get the ball in play. Make these teams make plays. See what they are defensively. Put some pressure on each team. Get these pitchers thrown out of the stretch right away.
Now, it should be tough for the hitters for the first 5-6 innings of the games in Los Angeles because they're pitching in the late afternoon and twilight. That should be edge pitcher. We'll see. I am so jacked for the World. I so wish it was last night. Never mind tonight. I am so ready. I don't think I've been this jacked for a World Series that didn't involve my team in probably since the Red Sox got to it in 2004 and then the Cubs even in 2016. I mean, something like that. I mean, I was really jacked for Cubs at the time, Indians. And when the Red Sox pulled off the comeback against the Yankees, I'm like, oh, this is amazing. Just as a fan who didn't have a rooting interest.
So the World Series, tomorrow night, Saturday night, Sunday off, Monday up against Monday Night Football. Giants, Steelers, Yankees, Dodgers. And I know most of you have opportunities to watch multiple games at once, but if you're only able to watch one, which one would you be watching?
And I'll be watching baseball. And I can only watch one game at a time.
Baseball, get the volume in our house. And that's what the Steelers playing. At least I think so, David.
Right. Well, it sounded good when
right
you
now.
said
I
it.
mean,
right. Yeah.
That was defiant the way I said it. And the more I thought about it, I said, I'm really not sure if we're going to have on that game.
That was impressive. You said that with confidence, like you actually had control of the clicker Monday night. That was impressive. I think you lost your mind there for a moment, but that's all right. But it's our poll question.
And it's up until first pitch.
Yeah.
36 hours we got this up.
See, I just now you're making fun of me. Now you're making fun of me.
I am following strict orders is what I am doing. You're the general. I am merely a cog in the machine to get the poll question up.
It was a request. That's all it was. Okay. You were the DJ, the final 30 minutes that the bar is open until close. All right. And, I came up to you and I said, hey, is there any way to squeeze in Ozzy Osbourne's Shot in the Dark? Any way to do that? No?
What a deep cut pull you went with there.
Thank you. Thank you.
No Mr. Crowley, but that's pretty solid. I am impressed with your repertoire of Ozzy Osbourne singles. That is fantastic. Absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, that's our poll question. That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. Who do you like in the World Series? Which doesn't begin till tomorrow night. Thursday Night Football tonight. It seems like too easy to me. So you should probably bet all your shekels the other way. Vikings, a 3-point favorite in Los Angeles against the Rams.
Stafford, 1-7 against the spread on Thursday nights when he's an underdog. Vikings have been pretty solid. 7-1-2 in their last 10 as road favorites. Indicators are pointing that David is right with his prediction of Minnesota.
But since it's my prediction, yes, I know you're all going the other way. And
not
with
me.
Good reason.
Now, in fact, I may bet it during the break. I'm so excited. I'm with you on this one.
Wow.
And this is against what we believe in, the Thursday night road team winning. That's not generally the direction that we go in. Roy Cummings to talk the Bucs. That's next right here on Miller and Moulton. The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
At Physical Therapy and Balance Centers, our goal is to help you love your life. When your life is sidelined by an injury, dizziness, surgery, or condition keeping you from doing what you love, we're here to help you heal and feel your best. Our therapist evaluation will determine the root cause of your health challenges, resulting in a unique treatment plan customized just for you. Visit www.physical.com to find your nearest location and see how we can help you love your life.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe. and sound. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Morning, Roy.
Hey guys, how we doing?
Doing good. You got cable and internet yet?
I do.
Good.
Came back on Saturday.
Ah, perfect. Watch a little football.
Yes, I actually got to see a game.
How's everything else? How's your is it your in-laws' house in Sarasota? I guess that probably took it pretty badly too, didn't it?
Yeah, they did. It was more. You know what? Helene is what took them out. About a couple of inches of water. You know, just destroyed all the floors and stuff and some furniture but they didn't really get touched at all by Milton. I think the eye went right over where they live because there was no damage at all from Milton.
Oh wow.
Kind of weird how all that happens.
Yep.
In fact, I think more people have had trouble from more trouble from Helene than Milton in this area, at least. How about you guys? Anybody you know have any issues? Did you guys have any issues?
We had some water in the areas that get it, if you know what I mean. I got some friends that are about a mile up from where the studios are. They got it from Helene, then they got it from Milton. They're back to back, and it's just like, you know, and they already got it from Ian, and it's just like enough already, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Enough already is right.
There's a lot of people with real frustration of these storms. Not a damn thing you can do about it, obviously.
Right. Yeah. A lot of people thinking about moving to higher ground or something.
Yep.
I'll say this though, if you survive these two back to back, probably in pretty good shape.
I hope so.
Yeah, I would hope so too.
Could use a 5-year gap of no storms hitting this coast for a while.
Oh, ain't that the truth? Yeah, we deserve a break here.
So who you like, Yankees or Dodgers?
You know, I think I like the Yankees. And just because the pitching seems to be a little bit better, I think at some point the Dodgers are probably going to have to maybe two bullpen games, and I just don't know that that's going to be good for them.
So they're going Flaherty, Yamamoto, and I guess they're going to go Buehler game 3. So will game 4 be their bullpen game, and then they'll just come back with the same trio?
Yeah, that makes sense. But except I don't have a whole lot of confidence in Flaherty.
Yeah, I thought that was an interesting game 1 guy.
Yeah, I think they're going with the experience and the healthiest arm there. Yamamoto inexperienced, Buehler just kind of still feeling his way back. But Because again, but maybe the whole idea there is if he does struggle and you use up the bullpen there, well, maybe you can get 6-8 innings, out of Yamamoto or Buehler.
Yeah, I think they'll let Yamamoto go deeper than they will Buehler.
Yeah. I think they'll let Buehler go as long as he can.
He worked up high pitch counts so far.
Yeah.
I mean, he's looked good, but it's taken him a lot of pitches to get through innings so far.
Right.
All right, here we go, guys.
Okay.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
And we're halfway home on a Thursday, at least for those in the 239 and the 904, final hour in Charlotte County and Lake City. But Thursdays at 8 Eastern means Roy Cummings. He covers the Bucs, has for us for 20 years. You can follow Roy on X at rcummingsfhcn, rcummingsfhcn. We'll get his World Series pick and a Jim Leland story or two coming up in a bit. But Roy, in all honesty, did the Bucs' two best players get hurt Monday night?
You can certainly make that argument. Look, I think Baker Mayfield is their best player on offense at this point in Mike Evans' career, and with Chris Godwin, you could argue Chris Godwin, or Tristan Wirfs. But yeah, I mean, you can certainly make that argument. Maybe they lost their two most important players. I would maybe say that just because, they play off of each other. One of them is going to get the double team. That means the other one's open, and the other one usually makes the catch when he's open. So, yeah, I mean, this is really about as devastating a couple of losses as you could have. It's worse than losing, two offensive linemen. You can plug those guys in, and it's really not – there's not that much of a drop-off. There shouldn't be. You can adjust to it, but this is a tough adjustment, guys.
So what's the formula now for beating the Falcons? Because obviously you take away the two top receivers, the Bucs are going to want to run the football, but if you're Atlanta, you can single cover everybody else that's out there, put an eighth man in the box and dare them to throw the football. I mean, what's the formula right now for Baker to try to come up with a victory on Sunday?
Yeah, logic tells you that you start to lean on your running game. You've been kind of nurturing it a little bit. You've now got an idea what Bucky Irving can do for you. You feel good about that, Sean Tucker and what he's done. But at the same time, that's what everybody's expecting. So what do? You know what? Maybe you find out what Trey Palmer and Jalen McMillan have. Are these guys capable of being a number one? Look, surprises happen, in the NFL. It's a next man up league. And if you think that these guys are good enough, to be contributors on your team, well, now's the time to go prove it. And I think they'll take a couple of games and find out, can they do it? I think right now the game plan probably stays basically the same until they realize that these guys can't do what they need them to do. If that happens, then I think you start to see some changes. We might see a couple of snaps here and there where Rashad White's out at slot receiver, maybe even out wide. Same might happen with somebody else from the running back core. So we'll see. I think they're going to change up a couple of things here and surprise some people with some looks. But I think in this game, they're probably not a whole lot different than what we've been seeing, just different names being the targets.
Are you surprised that the Bucs haven't brought in a receiver in the last 48 hours? We thought that it might not be a big splash like Cooper Kupp, although we could make the argument for it because we don't know, quite frankly, if Godwin's played his last snap and you're acquiring Kupp not just for this year, but you're actually acquiring him to replace Godwin going down the road. But like Mike Williams off the Jets, I mean, they seemingly want to get rid of him. Aaron hates him. Okay, that, they didn't throw a conditional seventh rounder at the Jets and bring in a veteran receiver, Mike Williams, who is getting healthier every week coming back from that ACL injury.
Yeah, I am a little surprised, and I don't know that they would go after a top name guy like the Cooper Cup thing. Sounds great on paper. It's exciting to talk about. It'd be a tremendous addition, but you could probably have to give up a lot. And exactly what does it do for you? Look, again, as I've said, if you believe in the guys that you have on the team to begin with, if you believe in Trey Palmer, if you believe in Jalen McMillan, now's the time to find out what you've got there. And I think that's the first step. You try that first, because the other thing is you do believe Mike Evans is going to come back. Look, we've talked about it here before, Mike Evans has an annual hamstring injury. This year it's more serious than it usually is. It usually costs him at least a couple of days of practice, maybe a game or two. Now it's going to cost him a little bit of time. And I think their thinking is if they can get to the bye, get him back after that, and stay in this division. I think the division has a lot to do with why they're kind of sitting on their hands, why they sat on their hands in terms of an edge rusher. I think they feel that the division is winnable without giving up the future in terms of draft picks, even if it's a 4th or 5th or 6th. They value those picks, and I think they want to believe that, or want to see that their guys can't do it first before they go out and pick somebody up who they think can help them. So so I'm not surprised, but boy, I'd sure be scouring that waiver wire.
Well, there's no doubt. Roy, do you think this Sunday is the division? However, we do. They, from a standpoint, if the Bucs lose, they can still make the playoffs. We've kind of went through the schedule. There's a way to get to 10, even if they lose this week and next against the Chiefs, for that matter. But if they lose this week against the Falcons, they will have been swept by the Falcons. The Falcons will be 4-0 in the division, and it seems as if the division, from the standpoint of the Bucs winning it, is on the line Sunday.
Yeah, it does. There's no doubt about that. But at the end of the day, it's also game 8. You've got 9 left to play. That's, more than half the season to go, and you're kind of in the position where you got to hope that maybe at some point the Falcons hit a rut and struggle, get some injuries themselves and struggle. You can't really live that way. You got to go out there and play the game your way and hope to win your games. And I still think they feel that they're capable of doing that. And again, the quarterback has a lot to do with it. The Bucs have a lot of problems. Let's face it. You get rid of Camarda, that's it's not even the tip of the iceberg. That's a chip of ice off the iceberg. And because you look at the defense, I mean, we've talked all about the offense here. The defense is what, to me, is the biggest issue right now. They can still score points. They proved that last week after Mike Evans and, Chris Godwin was going down. They managed to score points. Granted, it was against the Ravens, who were giving up, 26, 27 points a game, just like the Bucs are. But at the end of the day, I think they feel that they can still compete with what they've got. And they just have to hope that the Falcons hit a rough stretch here. It's not the way to win a championship, but I still think they've got some issues they got to take care of on the other side of the ball.
Is it fixable? Okay, because this is now 3 games in a row. This now is sliding towards trend as opposed to rough patch. The Falcons put like 500 yards of offense on them when they scored 36 and beat them. The Saints put 27 on the board with a quarterback making his first start. Okay, granted, Baker helped with the turnovers in the second quarter there. We saw what the Ravens did. They'd still be scoring points, all right, if they didn't stop that game. I mean, is this now to the point where the Bucs are in trouble defensively, or is this just a rough patch?
Well, I think they're in some trouble, but I also think that they believe inside that there's some fixes, and I'm a little surprised that guys like Chris Braswell and Jose Ramirez haven't gotten a little bit more of an opportunity to show what they've got ahead of Joe Tryon-Shoyinka, and because, look, he's just not getting it done.
I am so tired of hearing his name. He is seriously, I'm sorry, he's a bust. Okay, he didn't work out. You missed. Cut your damn losses.
Right, and look, you believe in Chris Braswell, and I don't know why he's not getting more snaps. Maybe there's an injury there that they're trying to protect. But look, I'd be looking harder. I'm giving Anthony Nelson more snaps. I'm giving Braswell more snaps. I'm giving Ramirez more snaps. I think Logan Hall's played okay. I just think that you got to try some different things here right now because, I think this is trending, and I don't see the trend ending anytime soon, because it doesn't matter, it seems, who they're playing. They're giving up a lot of yards. They're giving up a lot of big plays. They're giving up a lot of points, and that's got to stop. And if you don't have the edge rusher, which they don't have, you got to make something work. And look, we saw Chris Braswell in training camp, looked really good at times, really good, showed some flashes. We don't even see that out of JTS. I won't use his name.
Thank you.
So, I think it's time to try some other parts and see what you've got.
Well, and this goes back to, though, however, how important it's going to be to go to the other side of the ball, Roy. And I'm not denying what you're saying on defense, but running the football and Baker the simple things. Baker's been turning it over. These interceptions last week were on him. And
yeah,
if the defense is giving up that many points, you can't be giving away the ball. You can't be giving away possessions, and you have to be able to run the football. And you're also going to have to use these tight ends even more now to try to slow the game down.
Yeah, when you talk about fixable, that's probably the most fixable part of it all, is you just let Baker Mayfield know, look, just hit the open guy. Don't try to force the ball, especially inside the red zone, especially deep in the other team's end. Don't try to force it. There's no reason to force it. Wait for another play. He's smarter than that. He's better than that. He knows better than that. He doesn't need to do the Jameis Winston thing and play all the time as if you're down by 17 points. Doesn't have to do that. He's a smarter quarterback. I think he'll be better because of the interceptions last week. I think he kind of learned a lesson there. I hope he did. It's important that he does, because you can't turn it over. Look, the Bucs were humming until those two picks, and both of them were completely avoidable and unnecessary. And they're both on him, and he'll tell you that. And I think that he's better because of it, and I think that helps this team.
I don't blame Bowles for having Godwin on the field with a minute to go, because they're like 2 plays away from getting in field goal range. And if they kick a field goal, they can line up for the onside kick down to score. And we've talked about it in the past, Roy, that, you only have so many guys on a roster, and it's tough to sit guys. I don't blame Bowles for having Godwin on the field. There are a lot of people giving Bowles a hard time for Godwin getting hurt with a minute to go. Do you blame the head coach?
No, I don't. If you think, look, points at some point, they matter. And if you think you can win the game, you got to go out there and try to win the game. The last thing you want your team to believe is that if we're down 2 scores with, a minute and a half to play, that we're bagging it. We're giving it up. Forget it. You don't want that, because that's what they're going to start to believe. The fans wouldn't be happy. Look, we're only saying this because he got hurt, okay? And he got hurt in, I won't say a freak accident. It was, that's a football, situation there. And you get rolled up on, your ankle gets hurt. But look, you've got to try your best to win the game. You can't just give it up. So, no, I don't blame him. I think that it was the right call. And again, if he wasn't in there, he'd be being criticized for the fact that he wasn't in there, and they were down and they had a chance to still win the game. So, it works both ways.
15 seconds, Yankees or Dodgers?
I think I'm pulling for the Yankees here, and I think they're the better team overall. I think the pitching staff, I think, is what gives them the edge. They've got starters that they can roll out there on a regular basis. I think the Dodgers are going to have to do a couple of bullpen games, and that's going to be tough for them.
Roy Cummings covering the Bucs for us. Follow Roy on X, R Cummings FHCN, R Cummings FHCN. Roy, enjoy the World Series.
Yeah.
We'll talk next week.
All right, guys. Thanks for having me as always. Appreciate it.
Roy Cummings joining us once again here on Miller and Moulton.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Jason and Todd at the Diamond District believe in celebrating love with craftsmanship that stands the test of time. That's why they're excited to bring you America's top bridal designer, Takori. From October 25th through the 27th, discover the entire Takori collection, where handcrafted artistry meets bespoke designs. Each piece is thoughtfully created with meaningful details, representing the moments that mean the most. At the Diamond District, you'll explore timeless designs that capture the essence of elegance. Each Takori ring is as unique as your love story. Pair your Takori ring with one of our stunning GIA-certified diamonds and take advantage of 2 years interest-free financing. Join the Diamond District Friday, October 25th through the 27th for this exclusive event. Takori, where every detail is crafted to be unforgettable. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to their Diamond District family.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
David, Ken in Naples wants you to know there's a place called Roosters. There's two in Jacksonville. They do a straight razor shave.
Okay. Autumn wind. Hunter Renfro's got to have like concussions, doesn't he? I mean, the fact that nobody brought him into camp, that nobody's interested in him. I mean, he must not be physically able to play, right? Because it makes no sense.
Hey, I want everybody in the Twitch chat room to know we've got a poll question up today.
It's the a-hole moment of the day, folks. 8:18. He was hinting at it earlier. He was walking the line earlier, but he just said, "You know what? I'm jumping in the pool."
9 a.m., Adam. 9 a.m.
Oh.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour, Dr. Roto to answer all your fantasy questions in a little more than 15 minutes time. So start sending them in, whether it be 21,000 on the text line, keyword Miller, or if you follow us, twitch.tv/Miller and Moulton, start sending them in now. We can keep track of them when they're all in a big group. Dr. Roto to answer your fantasy football questions coming up next segment. JP Shadrick to talk Jags and other things coming up at the top of the hour. Mark Miller making fun of me throughout the show today because I had one of my wild and crazy ideas. The idea today is a poll question. We don't know if you've noticed, but in the last week to week and a half, we've just stopped having poll questions. Haven't felt the inspiration. No, we're not.
And it's something that you and I should be the night before texting one another back and forth to come up with ideas. I see other shows have intriguing poll questions that are a little more thought-provoking, and we went I think we're really going to dazzle you with today's poll question.
Here we go. I'm really excited about the World Series. I am. And I understand it's dangerous to talk baseball because everybody's got football on the brain. Plus, what is there to talk about? You know, most people, if they've been paying attention, they know what the two teams bring to the table. You know, what is there really to analyze? Blah, blah, blah. So I just wanted to gauge where our audience was at, not in terms of who they were rooting for. Because I really don't know, first off, I don't know how many Dodger fans we have. Obviously, we have Yankee fans. They're the most popular Major League Baseball team, right? But there's also a whole bunch of people, probably more people that hate the Yankees than root for the Yankees.
That's in my life, I have far more people who are Yankee haters
right,
than Yankee fans.
And so I'm not gauging who it is you're rooting for, because quite frankly, I don't really care. But I am curious as to who you think's going to win, because it is a fascinating series. And it's very much a modern World Series. I mean, bullpen games, teams that are very feast or famine, sometimes with home runs or nothing, more the Yankees than the Dodgers. Huge stars. I mean, the biggest stars in the game are in this series, for goodness sakes. I mean, you don't often get that in any finals. So, I mean, to me, this series is sexy as hell. And I just am curious who people think are going to win it before it starts tomorrow night. That's all.
And we did just say, who is going to win the World Series for the poll question. I don't think people look at it and try to break it down. I think the Yankee hater immediately just presses Dodgers.
Okay.
I think it's this poll question is as much who they're rooting for as who they think will win. Because, David, like you said, there are so many unknowns in this, and when you start dealing with bullpens and the like, I don't know how you can – I really don't know how analytically you can break this series down and determine with some sort of certainty who's going to win this series.
Right. The Yankees haven't even settled on who their rotation is going to be. The Dodgers look as if at least one of their games is going to be a bullpen game. And if one of their first three starters has a bad outing, they may just decide to skip that person the second time around and go with a bullpen game. Wouldn't it be something, by the way, game 6 or 7 of a World Series, and a team has the onions or the necessity to have to go with a bullpen game? I mean, nothing would scream 2024 baseball more.
You brought this up earlier in the show today, David, that we talked a little NBA and just the whole load management and what goes on there, that the only real correlation to load management in the NBA is load management of starting pitching.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And while baseball is enjoying a hell of a run here from a rating standpoint through the postseason, could these sports be linked together in that regard? And that it's hurting basketball, but it's certainly hurting baseball of not having the dominant starting pitching.
Well, clearly the commissioner's concerned about it because he's, thrown out an idea that should we have a rule where a starting pitcher has to go a certain length of time. So clearly the commissioner, it's on his mind. I don't think something like that will ever happen. I do think, though, Mark, in this case, if we have a bullpen game by either team, and it looks more likely to happen for the Dodgers, it's because of injury, though. I mean, they do not want to have a bullpen game. They just don't have enough starting pitching that they're confident can win a game. I mean, Kershaw's out. They have at least 3 starters who are not healthy enough to pitch. And hell, the guy who it looks like they're going to pitch in game 3 is coming back from 2.5 years of injury, and we don't really know how healthy he is. But they don't have anybody else.
And that has become the new norm in Major League Baseball because there's not a team that doesn't deal with a starting pitcher, if not several starting pitchers, who are going through the IL.
And I also think the series is fascinating because I think it's more likely that the series resembles the Mets-Dodgers LCS, not in terms of the games being uncompetitive, because there was only one lead change in the whole 6-game series, but just in terms of, the pitching was overmatched. Like, I'm expecting runs in this World Series. There are certain World Series in which we're like, you get to 3, this game could be over. Mark, to me, I go into these games thinking you need to get to like 7.
Well, I also believe, David, I'm sure you're with me, is that there's no such thing as a safe lead in any of these series.
No.
Because you're going to have the top of this order coming up 4 times each side, and we all know what these guys can do hitting the baseball.
And
so I'm with you from that standpoint of being really excited just because of the lineups that are going to be at the plate.
And the Yankees bullpen for 2/3 of the year was terrific, but the bullpen looked worn out at the end of the year. And the bullpen, even in the Guardians series, faltered. They had to count on relievers that they don't normally count on. And I wonder if they'll be able to get key outs with those same pitchers against the Dodgers that they got against the Guardians. The lineup looks a little different.
Seems that the Dodgers, to me, have had a harder run to get there than the Yankees.
You mean the Royals, Guardians,
versus the Padres, Mets? Yes.
Right. That the Royals, Guardians death march didn't intimidate you?
Nothing from the AL Central intimidates the Yankees very much, David.
Nor should
Only thing that could have made it easier is if the Twins were part of that.
Well, it's a law that was passed 20 years ago. The Yankees don't lose to the Twins in the playoffs unless Johan Santana is pitching. And, well, that hasn't happened for a while. So it begins tomorrow night. Tonight, you got NFL, Thursday Night Football. So it's good that we're talking to Dr. Roto here in a matter of minutes.
Get your questions in. Help set your lineup for this week's fantasy games. Dr. Roto joining us in about 8 minutes' time to answer all of your fantasy questions. Sit, start, little DFS as well. All that coming up with Roto here in a handful of minutes on Miller and Moulton. Poll question right now. About 2/3 of you saying the Dodgers will win the World Series. Go to that Mark Miller, the David Moulton, or Miller_Moulton on X to vote. Dr. Roto, he is next. Set your fantasy lineups. Get your questions in. Go to twitch.tv/Miller and Moulton or 21,000 on the text line. Your questions for Dr. Roto are next.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A natural diamond is the oldest artifact you will ever touch, and each is one of a kind. Jason and Todd at the Diamond District would like to meet you personally and share their love of natural diamonds and the positive impact of purchasing a natural diamond. We promise that in our vault sits the largest selection of GIA-certified natural diamonds at the most competitive prices in the world. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to their Diamond District family.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Thataway, Jay. Thank you, sir.
Poll question. Playoffs?
Hey.
Hey, man.
How you feeling, David? What's going on?
Okay. You know, a little better today so far than a little less pain today.
What did they find when they went in?
I don't really want to talk about it.
All right.
I don't want other people to be able to hear.
Gotcha. All right.
Not ready.
Am I allowed to call you?
Yeah. I just don't want to go public.
No. I'm just asking. I don't want to pry. I mean, I'm your friend. I just want.
Twitch. We got about 100 people in the Twitch room at all times.
Oh, okay. Can they hear? Can they hear this?
Yes,
absolutely.
Oh, I didn't know that.
That's the whole intriguing part of Twitch to people is they get to skip the commercial breaks. They get to a little behind the scenes.
Oh. By the way, my daughter contacted that guy at FGCU who's very nice.
Oh, good. I hope it works out in some way.
Yeah, me too. He was very nice.
I mean, he should be receptive to her, wanting to help out. They usually need people.
Yeah, he couldn't have been any nicer. He's like, I'll let you shadow, I'll let you come, I'll let you get service hours. If you do enough, I'll pay you. She doesn't know. She just wants to learn.
No, might as well. That's what college is all about.
Of course, when he said you need to know the rules of basketball, she gave him a look like, I don't want to learn that. I don't know anything. Mm-hmm. I was like, it's not that hard. I'll show you. There was a mess. That was the Chris Godwin thing was one of the worst, one of the saddest injuries I've seen in my life.
Well, especially since it seemed to be that illegal tackle also.
Can you explain that to me, by the way? Do we have 30 seconds? Can you explain a hip drop tackle to me?
Well, basically, you just let your body weight go and you land on the back of the player. You don't try to tackle them, really. You just you grab a hold of them and let gravity take over, but it works for you and is devastating for them.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
Joined by Dr. Roto, he of drroto.com, drroto.com. You also follow him on X at Dr. Roto. Tremendous fantasy sports website, not just football. He's hired a great staff. They give out great insight and advice. You can also hear the doc Saturday mornings on SiriusXM's Fantasy Sports Radio. He's joining us right now. Doc, how are you?
I'm doing okay. I'm getting a little tired of all these major injuries to players between Ayuk and Godwin. I mean, I had Godwin in, I would say, like 50% of my leagues. And, now all of a sudden I'm spending money on Sterling Shepard and Cedric Tillman and guys like that. And it's kind of hard to get your way through a fantasy season.
There's no doubt number of receivers dropping, Doc. It makes it difficult. When you look at like a Trey Palmer, is that someone you're interested in right now?
Well, it's interesting because if I had to rank them ability-wise, I think it's McMillan 1, Palmer 2, Shepard 3. If I have to rank them in terms of Baker Mayfield trusting them, I think it's Shepard 1, Palmer 2, McMillan 3. So it's going to be, look, they're not going to not throw the ball anymore. You have to throw the ball in the NFL. Luckily, all three of those guys are talented. It's just going to be week to week. I'm not sure we're going to know who the guy is anymore.
Dr. Roto joining us on the American Paint Supplies Hotline, your one-stop shop for all your coating needs, American Paint Supplies. All right, before we go with the specific questions. So the D-Hop trade, Cooper Kupp's in play. We think Mike Williams is going to get moved from the Jets somewhere. Just your thoughts on, once again, less than 2 weeks ago to the trade deadline, any moves happen that is changing how it is you're going about your business?
Well, look, I think the Hopkins move was brilliant. When I think of a guy who just kills zone coverage, it's Hopkins. So to me, he plays very much like Rashee Rice in that way. I think the Chiefs just always figure out a way to make the right fit. I think Hopkins is the perfect fit. Mike Williams is gone. I just don't know where he's going, but he's certainly gone. And the Jets don't want him. I think the Jets only got him because they were desperate. Aaron Rodgers hates him. So the question is, where does he end up? but I think he's in play. If he is on somebody's, on the waivers, might pick him up because he could end up in a better spot. Cooper Kupp, look, you would think it was a joke, but it's not a joke. I mean, when Rossini and Jordan Rodriguez and all these people are saying that they want to move him, they want to move him. So, I don't know where he ends up either. You would have thought that the Chiefs would have been the right landing spot for him, but wherever he goes, he's going to get targets.
Yeah, I think Pittsburgh would be a great spot for Cooper Kupp, for what it's worth.
How is that a good spot for him fantasy-wise, though?
Well, I don't know if it's a good spot for him fantasy-wise. It's a good spot football-wise.
Right. I mean, will the Steelers make that kind of deal? Maybe. Mike Williams they're just totally different. Kupp is that guy that you can pepper with targets, and Mike Williams, would he have fit better with the Saints or something like that? Maybe, but who knows?
By the way, your thoughts now after seeing him for a week, Russell Wilson as a fantasy play, or other Steelers receivers as fantasy plays?
If you watch that game in the first quarter, they were literally booing Russ and rooting for Justin Fields to come back. And then something happened where Russ just settled down and he let his receivers have opportunities. When Justin Fields plays, the only person who succeeds is Justin Fields. But I mean, he set George Pickens up for success. We heard Van Jefferson's number be called once in a lifetime. Freiermuth looked good. I mean, I got to give all the credit to Mike Tomlin, who, look, that was a leap of faith after what Fields has done. But they're definitely better with Russell Wilson. And I think Freiermuth is in play. Certainly Pickens has always been in play. But I think even those minor receivers, if you're absolutely desperate, whether it's a Jefferson or an Austin or somebody they trade for, they'll be in play too.
21,000 is the text line, twitch.tv/Miller and Moulton, youtube.com. Search Miller and Moulton if you want to ask your questions either of those ways. You can get them in for Dr. Roto like this questions. Pickens, Higgins, Dell, pick 2, Doc.
1,000,000% T. Higgins. I think I want every piece of that Bengals-Eagles game I could possibly find. I'm thinking Pickens. I mean, we saw what Russ did last week. The Giants, not very good on the back end. I don't hate Tank Dell. I think the question that I have is, man, the Texans look different without Nico Collins. And the Texans' offensive line has been offensive, and that's not a compliment. So give me Pickens and T right now.
Well, you mentioned I want every part of the Bengals and Eagles game. So does that answer this question? Who you taking this week, Joe Burrow or CJ Stroud?
Oh, yes. I mean, I think that's the game right now, even in daily fantasy football. So look, in DFS last week, if I had showed you my original lineup, I probably would have won 5 figures. I changed it because I'm an idiot, and that's what I do. But I had St. Brown, Jefferson, and Tillman as my 3 receivers last week. And then I changed Tillman. I got nervous. Here, it's Chase and A.J. Brown. I mean, this is a game that should blow up. These defenses are terrible.
All right, more questions on receiver. Romeo Doubs, Jordan Addison, Tank Dell. Pick 2.
I kind of like Jordan Addison. I do. I think the Rams really are poor on the back end, and the Vikings are supposed to score 3 touchdowns. So I'd like to get one of those touchdowns for sure. The thing about Romeo Doubs is from week to week, we don't know what's going on with the Packers. We know that Doubs has been on fire the last 2 weeks. Can that keep up? I think it's going to. So, I mean, the Jaguars had a good week last week, but maybe that's the team they played. So give me Doubs and Addison.
Another quarterback question. Jay Noel wants to know Sam Darnold or Brock Purdy?
I think that's a close call. That is a close call but I spoke to a very good friend of mine who's we'll call him the most realistic Cowboy fan I know. And he said, expect the Cowboys to win this week and then lose for the next month. And I was like, why? And then he started to give me a million reasons. And you know what? I didn't disagree with that. Could the Cowboys play well? Could the 49ers be reeling this week, losing Ayuk? Is Debo playing? Is Dallas, have a lot of embarrassment and going to play better this week? I think Sam Darnold feels like a lock for 250 and 2, and I'll take it.
Speaking of Sam Darnold, another quarterback question here. Kyler Murray or Sam Darnold, Doc?
Wow. I'm interested with the Dolphins this week. I'm interested to see if the Dolphins come back and just play great, and hopefully they will. I think I'm going to go with Darnold once again as a safe, smart play. I don't hate the Kyler play, but I think the Dolphins are going to win by a lot.
Well, Kyler Murray or Tua, obviously they're against one another in the game, but from a fantasy standpoint, which one do you like for better numbers?
You know, the other game that I want to have DFS-wise is, you know, how many games have we seen Tua just blow up? And there are a lot of people out there who are going to say, I need to see it first, right? But when you do that, you miss the good week. I don't want to miss the good week on Tua. Could this be the week that he's healthy and he's looking good and he's throwing a Tyreek and Waddle? I think it is. I think the Dolphins are going to score 4 touchdowns. Give me Tua.
All right. What do you do if Daniel is out? A generic question, but also then this gentleman wants to know, do I go Jameis or Stafford? The problem with Stafford is you'd have to make that decision tonight. But what do you do if Daniels is going to miss a game for Washington?
I think he's going to miss. I think it makes he was in a lot of pain there with that rib. I know they want him to play, but this guy is their starter for the next decade. Do you risk that? I don't think you do. I think you can easily play Jameis. I think Jameis is in a really good spot in a lot of garbage time. Or pick up Marcus Mariota, who, can I say, looked pretty all right last week. Now, maybe it's because of the Panthers, but I thought he actually looked good. So I think that's your best bet. You know, you just get Mariota, you wait till the last second. But I kind of like Jameis. Look, I feel very badly for Deshaun Watson. I truly do. That said, he was having one of the worst seasons I've ever seen a quarterback have. I think the Browns, honestly, are better off with Jameis as their quarterback.
Kirk Cousins or Tua at quarterback? Who are you starting, Doc?
Wow, I think I'm starting Kirk Cousins. Not because I don't like Tua, and I do, but man, aren't the Falcons in a really good spot there against the Bucs, who should be having a lot of issues there, and the Bucs are pretty good at stopping the run and not great at stopping the pass. I think I'm going to take Kirk Cousins.
Geno Smith or Jordan Love this week?
Look, how do you ever bench Jordan Love? I mean, can you give me tell me the 4 quarterbacks you're playing in front of Jordan Love?
Well, the other thing is that they don't have a running back anymore that I'm confident is going to take his touchdowns away, if you know what I mean. I mean, you know, they had 2 last year who could take the touchdowns away from the quarterback inside the 10. I kind of feel like when they get in the red zone, they're going to have to pass their way in all year.
Right. I look, Jacobs is okay, but I don't think he was the guy they thought they were getting. But you know, Jordan Love is a guy that's going like 240 and 4 touchdowns. It's been pretty amazing. It's not like he's throwing for 350 yards a week. He's just throwing efficiently.
Josh Jacobs or Tank Bigsby? Who are you starting at running back?
I think the way to beat Green Bay, there's only one way to beat them. And I think the way to beat them is to run and run right at them and then throw in the middle of the field. So I think you're going to see a lot of Tank Bigsby, and then I think you're going to see a healthy dose of Evan Engram and Christian Kirk. Now, do not be shocked by this. I think the Jaguars can win this game. I do. I think they can win this game. I think this is one of those games that everybody looks and presses the button on the Packers, and when it looks too easy, it never is in the NFL. I just think and Tank looks so much better than ATN. It's not even a question.
Larry wants to know, pick 2, Dell, McMillan, or Hunt.
It's so funny. Every question we've had here has been Tank Dell. I'm going to go with Kareem Hunt because the Raiders kind of stink, and Hunt's been getting that football, so that feels easy to me. So who was it? Who were the other 2 choices? It was Dell and who?
McMillan or Hunt.
Yeah, I think that's a tougher one. You know, I'm going to go Tank Dell. I think the Texans are going to play better. It's not that I don't like McMillan, but the routes that they have McMillan running are very tough routes. He's either they're boom or bust routes. Have you noticed that? They're big ones. They're big shots. And when they miss out of bounds, or when they hit like with 1 foot in bounds. I think Dell's in a better spot.
Tight end, Kyle Pitts, Mark Andrews.
Pitts is in a pretty good spot this week, but Mark Andrews looks re-energized.
Yeah, they found him. The one quarterback seems to have found his tight end, while the other still has him in witness protection.
Yeah, I think. Look, are the Ravens going to score 4 touchdowns? Probably. Is Lamar going to throw for 2 of them? Probably. Is Andrews going to score 1 of them? Probably.
You got a DFS value pick for us this week, Doc?
Yeah, I think I'm going to stay in that game there. So, let's just use this as moving forward. Zay Flowers against zone coverage, Rashad Bateman against man coverage. Who plays the most man coverage in football? Cleveland Browns. Who do I think is sneaky this week? Rashad Bateman.
Going forward, not just this week, but the rest of the year, Geno Smith or Jalen Hurts, who would you take?
That's a really interesting question. Seattle's throwing at epic rates, aren't they?
Yes.
And Jalen Hurts kind of looks like he stinks, except for like the 3 or 4 good plays he makes a game to his receivers, and then leaning on Saquon. I don't think it's the craziest thing I've ever heard to tell you that Geno Smith might give you more fantasy numbers across a season than Hurts, because you're not getting the rushing touchdowns this year. And without those rushing touchdowns, it makes Hurts like a number 10 or 11 fantasy quarterback and not a 1 or 2.
And finally, from me, Nell Skyer apparently has a trade on the table. Trade away Neighbors and Otten for Breece Hall. Would you do it?
No. I mean, I like Breece Hall. I do. I love Breece Hall. But I think the Jets are going to pass a whole lot more, especially in the red zone. And Neighbors is fantastic. And Otten just went from, tight end number 14 to tight end number 8. And it's hard to find a good tight end right now. So I don't know if I want to trade that. I mean, I like Breece Hall. I do. I like Breece Hall. But I think your Neighbors is a top 5 receiver.
He's Dr. Roto. You hear him Saturday mornings, Fantasy Sports Radio. You can get he and his staff's great insight on his terrific website, drroto.com, drroto.com. Follow him on X at Dr. Roto, and he makes a weekly house call Thursdays at this time on Miller and Moulton. Doc, be well. Have a great weekend. We'll talk next week.
You too, guys. Take care.
Dr. Roto joining us. JP Shadrick is next.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839, or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination, with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar.
At Physical Therapy and Balance Centers, Our goal is to help you love your life. When your life is sidelined by an injury, dizziness, surgery, or condition keeping you from doing what you love, we're here to help you heal and feel your best. Our therapist evaluation will determine the root cause of your health challenges, resulting in a unique treatment plan customized just for you. Visit www.physical.com to find your nearest location and see how we can help you love your life.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Welcome back to the country, JP.
It's great to be back. Good morning.
Is
Greetings.
it really? Is it really? Because I don't know, 2.5 weeks, you were calling NFL games, you were living large. Okay. I mean, how much U.S. election talk were you really subjected to over there exactly? I mean, are you sure?
Surprised I don't have an accent right now. I'll be honest with you. I mean, I could play one up right now, but I'm not going to do that because. But it was good, man. I mean, yeah, it's hard to beat. Like the crowds and the things are just different. It's a different environment. Like at Spurs, it's more like a neutral feel. The Bears people were there. It's just kind of how they roll. But then at Wembley, it's like, I mean, there's 87,000 people there. It's huge for NFL. I mean, in NFL standards, and it's a scene, man. It really is. They've done a really good job, and it's not slowing down anytime soon. Commissioner said it a few times a couple of weeks ago that, hey, they're eyeing more international games, more marketplaces. They've been in talks with France and Ireland. They're doing Spain next year. Germany's not going away, might expand. I mean, they've got some stated goals for international games. So
yeah, it's called money. He wants $25 billion annually, and there's only a couple of ways for him to expand their revenue stream. And
pound sterling and euros spend as well. That's how it works.
Also, potentially, JP, I mean, if he can open up a 9:30 a.m. television package, I mean, one of these streaming services will give him $1 billion for it.
No doubt. I mean, that would be a huge window of opportunity. And, I could even see it being like, hey, a 9:30 game and then a 1 o'clock in another country the same week at some point. May not be right away, but you have that 9:30 window and then some other.
I mean, he's got enough Americans overseas where he obviously wants new fans, but he doesn't have to find a new fan. He just has to make tickets available to the ones he's got.
And they'll go. They will go because
what else? Right. It's like finally America coming to me.
And even like you'll see people, and we say this every year, but it's true. Like the first game somebody went to 10 years ago was a Vikings game. Well, they're a Vikings hat, and then they've got like a Bears jersey on. Like it's just kind of what they do there. So the merchandise sells.
Yep.
It's funny because after the game, the first game, I'm leaving. It's a terrible stadium to get out of. Like there's just people everywhere. I left 45 minutes after the game was over, and there was still this massive line for the train station right outside at Tottenham. So I had to walk 1.5 miles to this other station. I ended up getting to this pub, which had Sunday Ticket. It had all the games on. It was right by the hotel. And I'm the only freak in the whole place yelling at the Jaguars because they blew the lead in the fourth quarter. They had 2-touchdown lead on the Colts. I'm like, what is going on here? They're looking at me like I was from Mars. But, so now I get what people feel like every Sunday watching it on TV.
When's your next game?
Florida State, Miami.
Oh, cool.
It should be an interesting game, I'll say.
You and Gino?
Here we go.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
The Diamond District bonus hour on a Thursday kicks off with JP Shadrick. He's part of the Jags radio network. He does play-by-play of NFL and some college football for Westwood One. He also does a lot of college football for the Touchdown Radio Network, and he's got Knowles and Canes with Gino Torretta this Saturday. Follow JP on X at JP Shadrick, Shadrick. Welcome back to the States, young lad.
Yeah, cheers to you. And sorry I was a little late last week from Fulham. There's a lot going on around the Jaguar games there, and then the time thing slipped up on me.
Please, we knew it was important. You had a white dress shirt and a sport coat on. So we knew it was an important event that you were at.
I ironed it and everything. It's amazing how that works. But it's good to be back. And, hey, Jaguars got to win. Now it's, all right, back, see if they can carry some momentum. It's a tough stretch ahead for the Jags. The next 5 are against teams with winning records. 4 of those NFC contenders, 3 of those from the NFC North, the best division in football. So strap up.
All right, JP, and we can talk Jags all we want, but, one of the luxuries of being in a hotel for 3 weeks is hotel laundry. Did you get your fair share of hotel amenities during your trip across the pond?
Well, I'll tell you, the first week I stayed at like a Residence Inn, and this place had free laundry downstairs. So like after a week stay in there, I took my laundry down. Now I still overpacked because I just overpack all the time. So I didn't really need to, I guess. And the second week, but it was at the team hotel and all these things. But yeah, so I got some done. It's fine. It's almost like you're living there, basically.
Miller and Moulton are very different. Mark is a slippers and robe guy when he goes to a hotel. I am not. Just curious, what side of the aisle are you on?
I'm team my own clothes. So I don't really trust some of the hotel items. No, the place we were staying at.
I was going to say, you stay in good places.
The Grove Resort is fantastic. Now, don't get me wrong. It's a great place. But that's just a personal thing of mine. I'd rather wear my own T-shirt. Thank you.
All right. Fair enough.
Doesn't look as good with the pipe, though, JP. I mean, when you're dangling the pipe, the robe is part of the necessities that you need for that ensemble. But
yeah, how many smoking hotels are you staying in these days?
Oh, I don't even smoke it. I just walk around with the pipe, just for the look.
Oh man.
All right. Let's just say the Jags win Sunday. Okay.
Yeah.
Is there then life in this here season, if you know what I mean? Like Mark asked a question much earlier in the show. Like, do we even consider the Dolphins and Jags, are they even worthy of being in the pretender-contender conversation? Or do they actually have to win a game or two to get in the pretender-contender conversation?
I know one way to get them out of that conversation is if they lose this game. Then they're out. I mean, so if they keep winning, all right. This is a similar setup to 2022, Dave. Stick with me here, okay?
Okay.
This team, that 2022 team was 2-5, and then they were even worse. They lost a couple games, and then they went on this run. And yes, the Titans came back to them with injuries and things happen and circumstances. You don't know what's going to happen. Now, I know what's going to happen if they lose, then they're going to be eliminated and like too far back to even do anything. So, yes, they can be in that conversation, but there's still work to be done, I think, to maintain that conversation moving ahead. They know that. They've seen it firsthand before. They just got to keep playing it. It is a difficult stretch ahead. It is a good Packers team coming in here. But as your previous guest, as I was listening in, said, they are gettable. It's not like they're a true juggernaut across the board. There are ways to beat the Packers, and maybe there's something to what the Jaguars did last week. They had a full team effort. It's the best game they've played in a long time against a bad Patriots team, let's be honest. So can they carry some of that over against a team that knows what they're doing? And the Packers certainly do that on defense. And Jordan Love, he'll give you some opportunities. Jags haven't been able to take away those opportunities when they've had them in their hands. They had 2 dropped interceptions last week against the Patriots. So got to take advantage of those. And then, all right, see if they can keep this ball rolling. It's a tough stretch. There's no doubt.
How much is that confidence thing a real thing, from week to week when they get a little success? Does that carry over to practice? Is that a real thing, or does that all go away once you kick it off on Sunday?
It kind of feels like, I'll say, coming out of the Bears game over there, I mean, that was a rough week at the office at the Grove, right? I mean, everybody's staring at each other. There's not really anywhere else to go. You're out in the country. It's like, Tank Bigsby told me in the locker room, he's like, all we had to do for a week was stare at each other's faces. It's like, what? This is what we have to do here? So they had to work some things out. They did it, and they played better. And all right, there's something to that. They finally got that monkey off their back. Okay, we can go win a football game, even if we're down 10-0, even if it is the Patriots, fine. All right, that's done. Now let's carry it ahead. And there were a lot of building blocks, I think, to begin with for this team moving forward.
Did the guys take control of the room last week? There was a lot put on Doug and the staff, after the performance against Chicago and what the record was. But you had guys who came out and were calling out other guys. All right. And it seemed also as if Trevor backed Doug up and basically said, hey, enough with the Doug Peterson's the problem. We're the problem. We got to figure it out. Did the guys kind of take control of the team last week, which, JP, guys need to take control of the room. You can't be the coach can lead you to a point, but the guys have to take you where it is you're going to go.
Yeah, I mean, and they've said that for multiple years around here, right? I mean, at some point, Doug can only walk so far onto the field before there's a flag thrown, right? I mean, so you got to go play. I mean, they've got to play better, and they knew that. They got to go execute on offense. The O-line played better. They open lanes for Tank Bigsby, who ran hard and held onto the football. Lawrence is making some clutch throws in the game. Thomas continues to play well, and the defense was better. That's the thing. The defense has been awful, especially in the passing game. They played better overall. There were some changes in the lineup on defense. I think that might have affected some of that. Savage was at safety, Jarian Jones at nickel. They had Tyson Campbell back on the field. They did some shuffling up front. All right, that's a good step. They had a punt return touchdown. Like that's that kind of thing is maybe a spark this team needs when one of the other two phases is not playing well. So yeah, I think they took a little bit of that. Hey, all right, this is the time to go do it. We don't do it now, we're out of this thing anyway. So let's go win and go play better. And that's only a player's thing. You can't go. You can only talk to him so much. You can take the horse to water thing. If the horse doesn't drink, you can't force it. So the players have to go play.
Was it almost a training camp vibe last week after the Bears game of, like you said, having to stare at one another and just practice and off in the countryside at a beautiful, luxurious hotel is one thing, but you still got to work. Was it basically back to training camp last week?
A little bit of that. I mean, now you got to remember the Jags don't travel for camp. I mean, they're here. They're all in the hotel here in Jacksonville, and they have camp here right outside the stadium. But same idea, right? I mean, they're there. There's no families around. If they are, they're in the central London, and they gave them Monday off to go hang out with them. In theory, at night, you could have gone down one night if you really wanted to, and then Saturday before the game, all that stuff. But for the most part, it was everybody in that hotel and the meeting spaces and the restaurant, which was now the team meal room and all that stuff. Everybody's just kind of there. So, yeah, there was a little bit of that feel. Was it as grind? They're not doing 2-a-days and stuff, but those days are over. But it was a good setup.
Canes and Knowles, boy, what a difference a year makes. As you prepare for this game, what jumps out at you?
I think I love the story of Cam Ward. From Incarnate Word to Washington State, he was a 0-star recruit. I mean, nobody wanted this guy coming out of high school, and he crafted a way to get a college career going. and just stuck with it. Like, who goes to Incarnate Word and then gets out of there and moves on? I mean, that to me is something else. And then just continue to build. And then he's found a spot in Miami with veteran receivers, a team that's good around him. Defense can play some.
Chose Miami over Florida State,
Big.
among other schools.
I mean,
too.
it's huge. So, and then all of a sudden, he's the first Miami quarterback ever with 7 straight 300-yard passing games. That's hard to believe. Ever. All the quarterbacks come through there. He's got Xavier Restrepo, who's been there for 17 years, who's about to be the all-time Miami receiving yardage leader in career. So, he's only like 145 yards away. They rally. They've come back and won a couple times. Like that Cal game, they had no business winning that game. None. But they found a way. Like they just keep finding a way, and then that momentum builds. And so that's the intriguing part for me. How far can they take this thing? Can they sustain it moving ahead? I don't think there's an issue this week. Florida State is not playing very well at all. Certainly the offense is like the second worst in all of college football. Only Kent State has less yardage. So I don't think in terms of on paper it's going to matter much because I think Miami has the horses to get through this week. Let's see it down the stretch. And when it comes playoff time, that experience of rallying and handling adversity, can that stick? Because it's going to come at some point again from Miami. But I think they're a really, really talented team. And Cam Ward's right there. He's got to be at the top of the Heisman list.
JP Shadrick. He'll be calling Canes and Knowles for the Touchdown Radio Network with Gino Torretta on Saturday, part of the Jags Radio Network on Sunday. They are hosting the Packers, trying to get back and be an interesting team to talk about. If they lose, they will not be interesting.
Oh, it'll be something to talk about. But
just who they're trading. That's what we're
right.
About.
Yes.
Ask the Titans. They're starting to send some guys off.
Right. JP, welcome back. Welcome home. All right. And put on, when you head to South Florida there, just for Mark, try a slippers or a robe. One or the other. Friday night. Try it.
I'm not taking any photos of that. There will be no proof that has happened.
That's good for all of us, JP.
No
Listen,
way.
I'll bet you could get Torretta in a robe with a pipe. That I could see.
Yeah, I bet he does that at home.
Right.
Knowing him,
right.
Just knowing his setup. So I'm not shocked by that at all. By the way, Dave, I love you, man. And it's good to be back with you. This is like a highlight of my week every week, to be on with you two guys.
Wow.
And I enjoy it, and I like talking ball and chopping it up with you, and I always have, and I always will. So let's keep doing it.
That's really nice. You need to get out of the house more if that's the highlight of your week. That's all I'll say. JP Shadrick on Miller and Moulton. The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination, with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar.
At Physical Therapy and Balance Centers, our goal is to help you love your life. When your life is sidelined by an injury, dizziness, surgery, or condition keeping you from doing what you love, we're here to help you heal and feel your best. Our therapist evaluation will determine the root cause of your health challenges, resulting in a unique treatment plan customized just for you. Visit www.physical.com to find your nearest location and see how we can help you love your life.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Core-Tech, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Nine o'clock guest. The show just flies by, doesn't it?
It does.
JP was in good mood today. It's funny. He felt badly about last week. We're like, JP, you were
well, and you know what's my fault? I got to start checking. He sent an email back to me, but I sent it from an account I don't really use. I have a Gmail account that I use to send all our invites out for the show, and I don't use that account for anything.
Gotcha. But
he sent a reply saying, "Can I do it at 9:30?" I never saw his reply because I would have, of course, said, "Not a problem." We'd have just moved good, bad, and ugly around and whatever.
Right. But I also didn't, coordinate with him. And so I said to him, JP, you're working. I mean, literally, he was like emceeing a luncheon with Khan. Okay. I mean, I'm like, you don't have to apologize for anything. You blow us off, for goodness sakes. There's really not much of an experience to Jags Stadium unless you have one of the canopies in the pools. So that's why I'm hopeful when they do what they're going to do to this stadium. I'll be curious what it's like in about 4 years.
Welcome to the bonus hour, brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Another busy Thursday with our usual assortment of guests on the American Paint Supplies hotline. You had Roy Cummings talking Bucs, Dr. Roto answering your fantasy questions, JP Shadrick talking a little Jags, and then a little Canes Knowles. It is weird, right? That game is no buzz because, well, one of the teams is top 10 in the country and the other team sucks.
Right, as Jay Knoll says in our Twitch chat room, doesn't even seem like Miami week because we suck so much.
I mean, how disappointing is that, right?
I mean, I knew the game was this week, but when we started talking about it, it kind of hit me between the eyes of how depressing it is.
Right.
It's one of the games that I think you and I look forward to as much as any on the schedule every year.
Yep. Arch rivals, yet there's that layer of respect, which kind of separates the hatred from the rivalry. But, whew, man, the Knolls are so bad. Remarkable how bad they are.
Yeah, this is amazing because nobody saw this coming.
Not this. No way.
But, I mean, you mentioned it. Saban going to the preseason practice saying this looks like one of the best teams in the country.
He said one of the most talented. This is one of the most talented teams in the country. And I get early in the season and coaches sometimes are nothing but hype masters and they don't want to say anything bad about anybody, and Nick was just finding his way as a full-time broadcaster, if you will. So, maybe he was overly nice to the Knolls.
Oh, maybe he was, but Phil Steele's not overly nice to anybody. He does this for a living, and he's a very good prognosticator. Had them picked to win the conference.
It's a staggering fall. We talked about it late last week. Can we remember another college team going from the penthouse to the outhouse like this? I mean, they were 13-0 last year and ACC champions and top 5 in the country. They were intentionally left out of the playoffs because their quarterback was hurt. But they essentially were a playoff team.
But even with their quarterback hurt, they won a couple of games at the end, including the ACC championship, because their defense was so good and they could they could stifle you and hold you to basically nothing.
Yeah. And they had won 19 games in a row over 2 years because they went 10-3 the year before when they were once 4-3. So they went from 19 wins in a row. And forget the Orange Bowl. I mean, half the team opted out. That wasn't Florida State against Georgia. That might as well have been a Sun Belt team against Georgia. And against a Georgia team that was angry that they'd been left out of the playoffs. And now they're this. I mean, they could damn near finish last in the ACC. It's a remarkable fall in such a short period of time that we're having trouble coming up with something similar.
I don't know. It's unprecedented, David. It really is. There's nothing to come up with that's similar to this. We brought up a couple examples during the week of teams that went from 10-2, 11-2 to 5-7. They're going to be hard pressed to win more than 2 games this year.
I mean, they're going to go from 13-0 to 10 losses. I mean, it's unbelievable. You would think there'd be enough leftover talent alone to have avoided this. So anyway, we'll see if they've got anything.
Would you lay the 21?
No, I would stay away. To be honest, I would stay away. Because I actually think you're going to get the best effort that Florida State has. I think they're going to make the change at quarterback. The kid they put in last week who actually did a few things. I know he's not listed as a starter. I think they're going to go with him. All right. Defensively, they actually look like a college football team last week, where they hadn't looked like a college football team for much of the year. And I really wonder, I know it's the Knowles, but I mean, Mark, do you think the Canes show up with their A game? I mean, they're playing a 1-6 team. You can, whatever the helmets are, they're playing a 1-6 team. Are you sure there's not a little bit of a, I don't know, at the start of this game from Miami?
David, at some point, if you're the Canes defensively, don't you have to get right? And isn't this the week to do it? I mean, they gave up 34 to Virginia Tech, squeaked by. They gave up 38 to Cal, somehow figured out a way to win that game. Gave up 45 to Louisville.
Yeah, if they don't hold Florida State to under 24, then...
Under 24, it better be under 20, and I'm not messing around.
I was allowing for maybe a late, grunter touchdown because
Me too.
Their third their third stringers in.
This should be 54-7, and I'm not messing around.
Well, it should be. I remember, at the depths for Miami, early in Butch Davis's tenure, I think it was 96. Florida State beat them in this game something like 48-0. And that was the game that the freshman, sophomore Canes held on to, as by the time they were seniors, they had chased Florida State down and they had brought Miami back. And in theory, that's what this game should be, Mark. I mean, this should just be a whooping. What Miami did to get Jerry Faust fired, wasn't it like 52-3? I mean, that's what this game should be.
This should be Cam Ward cementing himself as the Heisman frontrunner.
How amazing is it he could put up great numbers and a resounding win and people will go, yeah, but it was Florida State. A year removed from 13-0 and 19 consecutive wins. And the committee literally having to go out of their way to keep them out of the playoff.
How safe Norvell? Are you sure he's safe?
It's like a $65 million buyout. Yeah,
that's pretty safe.
I think he's got 2 more years. I think financially alone, I think he's got 2. I mean, it's possible he only has 1 to turn this around. Can he, if they go 2-10, say, does he have to go to a bowl next year?
I think so.
Okay.
If 2-10 is just this one-off random year, it happened, they missed on everything in the portal, and they're able to go on and get to a bowl and somehow get 7-5 next year, then all's forgiven. But I don't think you can go 2-10 and chase it with 5-7 and keep your job. I don't.
Okay. I mean, remember, they were patient to start. What do you go, 3-6, 5-7? The first couple of years there. And then he was 4-3 year 3, and then it began. But I think they're all in with him. They made the financial commitment to him and his staff. Now, he may have to let some guys go. That could be difficult for him, but I think he's got 2 more.
Man, it's a lot of losing.
Very sudden. Very sudden. While you're in court, by the way, saying that we're too good for the ACC and we need to be allowed to leave. The good, bad, and ugly, what's on tap? Today was the day when. Some final thoughts, a pick or two, all next.
Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. Sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
weird? All of a sudden, I have all this pressure in my arm and my forearm and my hand. You should see my hand. It just swelled up.
That's not good.
No. As a matter of fact, it's not. Hmm. Hmm.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour, 16 until we're out of here. Miller and Moulton. Football Friday edition tomorrow with Lee Sterling and Pat Kerwin with their picks and insight. Miller and Moulton with our picks and our insight. And, well, take that last word with a grain of salt.
Stop it. Get some confidence.
Had an 0 for week last week. Out of nowhere. I had regained my confidence. I felt pretty good. The losses I was suffering were often tough losses. You know, I'd lost a bunch of half-point games, a couple of one-point losses. I'm like, I'm on the right track, just getting some bad luck. And then I threw an 0-4-1 up on the board last week.
You did go from 16-22 to 16-26.
Yeah, I'm well aware.
That one stings. I mean, you're going to have to work hard to get this back to the Mendoza line by the end of the season.
Right. I'm going to have to make like 13 picks tomorrow. Yeah.
If there's anybody that can do it, David, we know who can.
Well, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to call Trent, all right, and see what his 5 picks are. I'm going to use those. Then I'll add mine to them.
You're out shopping picks, aren't you?
Hey, man, it's almost November. I'm 10 below 500. I mean, you know, I'm on those lists, you know, who's likely to get fired here. I mean, that's how bad my record is.
That half-point Packers one stung.
Oh, I've had like 3 of them in the last 3 weeks. I really have. Just not my year so far.
It's that time again, nearing the end, but not quite there yet. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
They originally thought this happened in August, but research in 2018 suggested that Mount Vesuvius erupted today in 79 AD, going way back today. The last of the pre-modern era World Series was held today in 1892. The World Championship Baseball Series, the Boston Beaneaters take down the Cleveland Spiders 8-3. They would win 5-0-1 in the championship series. Billy Murray hits the charts with Take Me Out to the Ball Game today in 1908. Something snappy, something catchy. The start of the stock market crash in 29 began today, Black Thursday, with the Dow Jones average dropping nearly 13% in 1929. We were at the height of the Cuban Missile Crisis today in 62 when Soviet ships approach, but stop short of the U.S. blockade of Cuba. That could have turned out very differently.
Uh-huh.
Also today in 62, James Brown recorded what he would later release as a live album, his Live at the Apollo. first breakthrough album of his career, and a big step into his conquest into the mainstream pop world. Texas Stadium opened today in 71. The Cowboys beat the Patriots 44-21. Blue Jays beat the Braves in Game 6 to win their first ever title today in 92. And Tom Brady becomes the first quarterback to record 600 touchdown passes when he hits Mike Evans in the first quarter of the Buccaneers' rout of Chicago today in 2021. Y.A. Tittle would have celebrated a birthday today. Bill Wyman of the Stones is 88. Actor Kevin Kline is 77. Soccer star Wayne Rooney, 39. Rapper Drake is 38. Jalen Ramsey is 30. And Jaylen Brown is 28. What did I miss, David?
Well, just an interesting footnote in history. I mean, most of us think that World War II ended in 1945. But yet it was on this date in 1951 that President Truman officially declared our war with Germany was over. Apparently,
just in case for 6 years, just a little just in case.
Apparently, there were, dotting of the I's and crossing of the T's, and Germany hadn't signed it, and we were, arguing over the whole East-West, Germany thing. So the treaty had not been signed. All right. So President Truman today in 51, 6 years later, officially said that our fighting with Germany is over.
Time to see life a little bit differently. Here's Mark Miller with the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
I can't see them doing it in this country, but reptile wranglers in Australia responded to a Queensland's home to help out with an unusual problem. A lizard on the roof. The lizard trapper climbed the roof after the lace monitor lizard, about a 3-footer. He grabs the tail of the lizard. The reptile did not give up, nearly biting him on the leg. After a better grip, he just holds it up. Got him. I don't think that's a job for Miller or Moulton.
No.
For the bad, we go to Fort Myers, where 2 teens are now facing charges after a high-speed chase resulted in 2 crashes, a damaged deputy patrol car, and a barricaded suspect in a Fort Myers neighborhood. Happened around 3 in the afternoon. When police finally got the car pulled over, the individuals exited the vehicle and fled. The driver ran inside a home and barricaded himself inside the bedroom. The 17-year-old was finally taken into custody. Inside the vehicle, there was a couple of handguns and other things that there shouldn't have been. Finally, the ugly. We go to England, where the water collection and treatment company, England Southern Water, is reminding residents to only flush the 3 Ps down the toilet after a sewer blockage was identified as a stash of candy wrappers. I'd never really thought about flushing them to get them out of the way. I just bury them under the coffee grounds. What's wrong with these people? Stacks of discarded candy wrappers were found in the sewers that blocked the home of several people. And a reminder, just the 3 Ps down the toity. That is the good, the bad, and the ugly on today, Thursday, October the 24th. The good, the bad, and the ugly, as always, brought to you by the Cape Coral Police Department. Go to capecops.com, capecops.com. Sign-on bonus of $10,000 for new officers, as simple as going to capecops.com.
So we have like 9 NHL games tonight. None of them nationally televised. Lightning are home for the Wild. Panthers are at the Garden to play the Rangers.
That's a pretty good game right there, early season. Both teams playing pretty well.
and obviously a rematch of their conference finals from a year ago. There are, I think, like 4 NBA games tonight. What's interesting, though, 4 games, is there are still 6 teams who have not played a game yet this season. They're all in action tonight. So 6 of the 8 teams playing tonight are playing their first games. Boston's in Washington.
They're a 13.5-point favorite
against the Wizards, who are making their season debut. 7:30 on TNT is Spurs Mavs, both of them with their season opener. 10 o'clock on TNT, OKC and Denver, both with their season openers. And then also at 10 o'clock, the T-Wolves, who lost to the Lakers on Tuesday, they're in Sacramento to play the Kings. So a TNT double dip at 7:30 and 10 o'clock. Little Western Conference basketball if you're interested. Spurs, Mavs, Thunder, Nuggets. Obviously, you got Thursday Night Football tonight. Vikings, Rams, 8:15 on Amazon. Got a couple of college games.
Syracuse and Pitt, pretty good one.
Yeah, on the ESPN family of networks. 7 o'clock, Georgia Southern, Old Dominion on the Deuce, and 7:30, Syracuse Pitt. You can get a full quarter in of action of that before the NFL game kicks off. One more day, we have to wait till the World Series.
David, do you know the Vikings have had a double-digit lead in every game they've played this season?
It's pretty impressive. And look at who they've played.
Right. Vikings get off to a great start. They average the most points in the first quarter of any team in the league. Nearly 10 points a game in the first quarter do the Vikings average.
But I mean, think about it. They've played the Lions, but they've got wins against Green Bay, San Francisco, Houston. I mean, we're laying the 3, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. I know I was all over this, and, I haven't had a good year picking games, but man, I can't lose money on this betting the Rams. I mean, if I'm going to lose money, I got to lose betting the team who, quite frankly, so far this year has looked like the best team in the league week in, week out.
And we get it at 2.5 too, David.
Ooh, interesting. Which, of course, scares me. Really? Money's coming in on the Rams?
Bet's been made. This isn't even a, little jocularities back and forth between the two hosts. That's done on the Hard Rock app. That was made. The bet was made during the segment.
Okay. And I know, short week on the road. The Lions game was a big game, emotional, disappointing loss, the whole deal. I get it. I do. But, man, one team just seems to be in a different league than the other. Rams will play hard. They've always played hard for McVay. They do. They beat the Raiders last week. They haven't mailed it in. Hell, Cooper Kupp's going to play. He hasn't played since what, week 1?
Hawkinson might play for Minnesota tonight as well, though. And he's been out for a little bit, so. In fact, he's been out all year, so this would be a season debut if he does play.
But, yeah, I do like the Vikes tonight.
Well, we've bet them because it's not on the sheet, so there's a good chance you'll win, David. We write them down, things go the other way.
Right.
A reminder to everybody, go answer our poll question. Who is going to win the World Series? Yankees or Dodgers? Right now, 64% of you are saying the Dodgers. Go to that Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. Vote on our poll question, please. It's important.
It's not important. I just wanted to know. That's all. I wanted to talk World Series, and I am curious. You brought up how many of the 64% are just anti-Yankees, and so they pick Dodgers because that's who they're rooting for, as opposed to, I was trying to find out. I'm just curious, who do you think's actually going to win?
Roy Cummings, who's our Bucs expert and a huge baseball fan, he picked the Yankees for what it's worth. Likes their pitching better.
Likes their starting pitching. For what it's worth, the Dodgers won 4 more games in the regular season. That's why the Dodgers have home field advantage in the World Series. It's also, we haven't had this in a while. You got the 2 top seeds meeting in the World Series. It's another reason to be excited about it.
Football Friday edition of the show tomorrow. Lee Sterling will join us to make his picks. Pat Kerwin, of course, will join us to go through all of the games in the NFL, as we will spend some time as well on the World Series tomorrow as game 1 tomorrow night in L.A. I'm looking forward to it. I'm fired up. I'm not as fired up as you are, David. It didn't spur a poll question out of me, but
So that's the measuring stick now. The World Series has actually inspired something from me. Okay, you're just excited, but you're not inspired by it.
Exactly.
Got it. Oh, that's fair enough. But it'll be either the Yankees' first World Series title in 15 years or just the Dodgers' second World Series title in 35. And a lot of people, it's kind of like the Lakers title. When you won a title during the, pandemic, in the bubble, so to speak, when there was no one in the stands, I mean, did it count?
Barely, but it counts.
I agree. It would be the Dodgers' second title in 5 seasons. Miller and Moulton. Have a great rest of your Thursday. Football Friday tomorrow.
At Physical Therapy and Balance Centers, our goal is to help you love your life. When your life is sidelined by an injury, dizziness, surgery, or condition keeping you from doing what you love, we're here to help you heal and feel your best. Our therapist evaluation will determine the root cause of your health challenges, resulting in a unique treatment plan customized just for you. Visit www.physical.com to find your nearest location and see how we can help you love your life.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A natural diamond is the oldest artifact you will ever touch, and each is one of a kind. Jason and Todd at the Diamond District would like to meet you personally and share their love of natural diamonds and the positive impact of purchasing a natural diamond. We promise that in our vault sits the largest selection of GIA-certified natural diamonds at the most competitive prices in the world. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to their Diamond District family.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Core-Tech, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.